Good morning, everyone. I am just going to set up the computer. So, welcome as you come in. Um, 1 second. You could come over here, Danny, and just help me with this. Come under. Morning, everyone.
Morena.
Hi. I'm just trying to figure out how to turn my computer sound on for the videos that I need to play today. So, just one moment. So, just come on in. We'll get started in a few minutes. Maybe after you share it, then you can do it. Okay, yep, all right. Okay, I'm just going to share my PowerPoint with you. Hmm, right, and we'll get started in a minute. Wonderful. Right, it looks like we're all ready to go. Is my video on? Oh, yeah, just turn my video on. Wonderful. Okay, looks like we're all ready to go. Welcome, everyone. It's really lovely to see you all. Let me just hide that a little bit. Um, Sorry, one moment. Just looking at how I can get my face up on the screen. At the moment, I've got Karen's face on the screen. So hopefully is
Oh,
I
my camera's not working.
ah I've got your name up on there, Karen, because I'm recording the session. We've got a couple of people who are sick this morning, so that's what I'm doing is I'm recording it for them.
We can't get my
And
camera to work, so on
yeah,
mine
no,
it
that's
doesn't turn.
okay. Yeah, no problem at all. All right, I'll just pop that to the side anyway. Okay, well, welcome to the Targeted and Tailored PLD. I know some of you I have seen before, but if you've never done some PD with me, welcome. I'm going to start off a little bit about myself so that you know who I am and what I do. My apologies for those of you who have done training with me before. Of course, myself, I don't change, so it's the same sort of information. But yeah, we'll get started. I always like to start off with my PPH, and while I fully respect that PPHs are normally done in Te Reo, my first language is actually Dutch. When I came to, well, I was born here in New Zealand, but I went back to the Netherlands as a young child. And when I came back to New Zealand, I was 5.5 years old and started school, and I didn't know a word of English. So English is very much my second language. So while I have a real interest, of course, in intervention teaching, I also tend to have an ESOL hat on as well because I can very much relate to struggling readers, particularly those that are learning a second language. So on the screen, I'll put up um, the translation, but yeah, I will be doing my PPH in my first language, Dutch. So, goedemorgen. Mijn naam is Miriam Brown. Ik was geboren in Nieuw-Zeeland, maar al mijn familie heb uit Schavenzande in Nederland gekomen. Mijn familie is nog steeds in Nederland. Mijn moeder is Walberg Jochem. Mijn vader is Gerrit van der Kaai. Ik ben getrouwd en ik heb 3 kinderen en 1 kleinkind. Mijn geboren naam is Marianne van der Kaai. So that's a little bit about me. Some more about me. Normally, I am stationed at Central Normal School in Palmerston North. I come very much from a teaching background, so I have been a teacher for, dare I say it, 35 years. In the last 11, probably going into my 12th year actually, has been at Central Normal School at Palmerston North. So I've been given 18 months leave to do this sort of work. But yeah, this is normally where I'm stationed. Um, at the school, I'm the head of the ESOL program there. So that very much fits into, my love for ESOL. I also run the reading intervention program there. So normally you'll find me in my intervention room from 9 o'clock to 1 o'clock. And all day, every day, that's exactly what I'm doing. I teach intervention and very much am in that space all the time. I have been doing the intervention for the school for 11 years now, nine of which I have been doing structure literacy. And in fact, I'm actually in my 10th year of teaching using a structure literacy approach. Within the school, I am the literacy lead for the school. So very much drive the structure literacy throughout the school. And I'm also the literacy coach, which means that from 1 o'clock to 3 o'clock every day, I'm out in the classrooms, I'm observing teachers, modeling to them, I'm, yeah, working with children, etc., in the classrooms. So it's very much all day, every day, doing structure literacy and yeah, teaching intervention in the morning and then coaching in the afternoon. So I'm quite experienced in that sort of domain. Because we're a normal school, we have about 20 teachers come through our doors every year. And I have the great thrill and privilege of nabbing those teachers on their first couple of days at our school. And that is really to give them a good grounding in structure literacy. So they do 2 days of training with me. And that's something I'd really like to encourage you as um, a interventionist and as a targeted and tailored specialist within your school. Think about those teachers that come to your school that maybe not have had that grounding. I encourage you to really take people under your wing and give them that training, whether they're student teachers or whether they're new teachers to the school. You really need to get everyone on board within the school. There you can see some of my formal training that I have done. I'm Orton Gillingham trained, the Writing Revolution, I've done their training, and I've also completed the Think SRSD training, as well as a whole lot of other, you know, courses that I have been on. Um, could I just ask if you haven't already got your computer muted, if you could just mute that and just so that we don't get that background noise. Okay, so that's a little bit of what I do at Central Normal School. Outside of school, I'm also a very busy person. I'm one of the leaders of the Manawatu Structure Literacy Group, and I know a couple of you that are on here are involved in that. I lead that with Liz Kane and Anne Humphrey and Mahi Shelby Law, and we provide free PD to teachers here in the Manawatu. I run PD throughout New Zealand. So last week I was in Wellington. Next week I'm in Queenstown and Timaru. I'm all over the place, all throughout New Zealand, primarily doing the teacher training for structure literacy at the moment. I'm also a member of the Lifting Literacy Aotearoa Technical Advisory Group, and we meet together to really drive behind the scenes the structure literacy within New Zealand. We have regular meetings with the Ministry of Education and the Minister of Education to drive that. one thing that you may not know about me is that I do record a lot of training videos. And I have been told that some of these training videos are used at Waikato University. Um, they've been used at Auckland University and also Canterbury as well. And I also speak at conferences. And I don't know if any of you are going to the Cultivating the Literacy Landscape symposium that Learning Matters is running. That's coming up in August. I will be speaking at that conference. So I don't know how many of you are going there, but if you are, come and find me at that conference coming up. Okay, the next little thing about me, before we get cracking into today, is that I also have a little bit of a social media presence. I have a website called Mary Brown Literacy. I have a Facebook channel, which some of you, of course, are members of, and I have a YouTube channel. Now, the YouTube channel in particular and the Facebook page, I regularly post videos of me teaching children in an intervention space. So, can I just really encourage you to have a look at join up to the Facebook page, but also the have a look on the YouTube channel. There is a whole lot of videos of what it looks like practically in intervention. And yeah, there's all sorts of videos on there that would be of particular use for you. So, how did I become a structured literacy interventionist? Well, it's a bit of a long story, really, and I kind of fell into it um, through a pivotal moment in my life. But we need to go right back to the beginning. So, I've been a classroom teacher since 1994. It seems like such a long time ago, but yeah, and prior to that, I was working in classrooms. So for 20 years, I was a classroom teacher. So really, getting my teeth stuck into the real teaching of things. Uh, and then I had the opportunity in 2014. I was employed by Central Normal School to really become a reading specialist and to set up the reading intervention program. At that time, they were trying to move away from a reading recovery situation where, they could only have a couple of kids enrolled. Um, but they had a very high need for the children in their school. And in fact, they had a list of about 110 kids out of the 520 that we had been flagged as needing some sort of intervention work. So I was employed to do that and have been doing that ever since. The pivotal point in my life was this little cherub here. This is my son. He doesn't look like this anymore. He's now in his late 20s, but he was actually diagnosed with dyslexia in 2015. Excuse me. And you can imagine how I felt about that, being a reading specialist teacher. I felt frustration. Um, Being a reading specialist teacher, I was doing everything I could at home to get him reading. I had him there with fly swats, smacking basic sight words. The poor kid, I was trying my best and he was probably a bit sick of me, but I was reading to him. I was getting him to listen to audiobooks, everything I was doing, trying to encourage him to read. But of course, this is all before I knew about what dyslexia was and what to do about it. So really in 2015 was really the start of my structured literacy journey because obviously what we were doing at home and what he was doing in the classroom wasn't working. By now he had had 2 rounds of reading recovery and had been in every spare intervention program within the school, and things were still just not clicking. And so I started to ask questions. And I know one of you out there, Deb, is one of the teachers listening in today, and she was a real pivotal person who really kick-started my structured literacy journey. She was the RT Lit at our school at the time, and I was telling her about my diagnosis. Well, my son's diagnosis rather, and she really encouraged me to start looking into structured literacy to help him. And as I did that, this light bulb moment happened where I realized actually this isn't just for my son. I can use this to help all the kids that I have in my intervention space. So I really started on this science of learning journey and haven't looked back at all. And yeah, have become a structured literacy interventionist, and eventually, is particularly in the last 2.5 years, moved into the facilitator space. So that's a little bit about myself. Um, I do have this slide up, um, and I was going to get you all to tell me about yourself, but then I had that idea of course, sending out that little survey to you all, and thank you for replying to that. It's been great to hear a little bit about your journey, but I wondered if anyone is out there. I know I'm putting you a little bit on the spot, but you've all ended up in areas of intervention. Does anyone have something that they would like to share about a particular pivot point that was kind of your aha moment that made you want to get into intervention work or particularly into structured literacy? So I'm going to open up the floor a little bit and let you uh, have a little chat. Would anyone like to say something?
I can say something, Marianne, if you like.
Thank you.
So my name's Karen Crawford. I'm an RTLB down in South Otago. And interestingly enough, Marianne, in 2016, after 7 years of teaching year 1 and 2 and wondering why these kids couldn't read, I got a sabbatical and I went to Australia and I saw synthetic phonics. It was called SSP in place. And first time I've ever seen decodable reading books. And so I thought, wow, this is what I need to do in my classroom. So I came back to New Zealand and I bought Little Learners Love Literacy off Maureen Pollock in Australia. And then I was actually Liz Kane's first customer in New Zealand. And from there, 2 years in the classroom, it then led me into being an RTLB and where I am today. So that was my journey.
Great. Thanks, Karen. And hopefully your wrist is feeling okay
I'm just
today.
pretty well drugged up, I can assure you.
Oh, no. Oh, wonderful. Okay, thank you. Anybody else got anything they'd like to share?
I'm happy to jump in if you like.
Yeah.
Hi, my name's Zoe. I'm at Motoroa School in New Plymouth. I came across structured literacy in a little bit of a different way. I about 9 years ago, I started teaching in a Montessori classroom. And Montessori, typically they follow a structured literacy approach. So that was really new for me, jumping from mainstream classroom then. And I was lucky enough to work with an amazing American teacher who's mum in America was she was very, very knowledgeable around dyslexia and had programs going there. And so she came and shared her knowledge with us around how children learn best, and how brains work and all of that. And it was really exciting. And so my friend has since gone back to the States, and she started her own brain friendly reading program over there. And yeah, it's very exciting. It was really exciting to see a different way of being able to teach children to read after just mainstream classroom. So yeah.
Yeah, great.
I'll jump in if you like. I'm Susan, and I'm in New Plymouth at Fitzroy School. I have always obviously been interested in teaching of reading for many years in my classroom, and wondering why, certain things didn't work. And we had a lovely RT lit at our school who was really interested in phonics kind of thing, and she and another RT lit came out with a program called Explode the Code many, many years ago. And I was very interested in that. And then I went to a Yolanda Sorrell course some time ago now, must be up to 10 years ago. And that really got me going and changing things in my classroom big time. And then I was lucky enough to go on a course with Christine Braid. And then sort of just flew from there in my classroom. Last year, I took over the reading recovery role. I'd been trained many years ago and I had to retrain, but I tended to do things structured literacy way, and had a bit of a dabble into taking some groups as well last year. And then this year, full-time intervention structured literacy. So, but keen to keep learning and learning more, because some days I sit there and I think, have I got it right? So, yeah, that's me.
Yeah, well, don't worry, Susan. I think all of us have felt that
Yeah, I'm
from
sure
time to time.
we have.
And, 10 years on, I still have things which I have to unlearn,
Yeah.
even things that, I've been teaching myself to other teachers, and then new research comes out where I have to modify that. And
Yes,
yeah, we're
that's
always
right. You
learning.
do.
Yeah,
Yeah, helping
absolutely.
mentoring. I've done some work with students at our school, and when I was in the classroom with student teachers too, and preached all kinds of things over the last 10 years. And then you
Yeah,
think, you have to change things, don't you? Things always
do.
evolve. Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. Yeah.
I'll pop in if you don't mind.
Yeah.
My name is Tanya. I'm from Tauranga, and I teach at a country school, not so little, but halfway to Rotorua. It's called Oropi. I had a slow burn, so I've always had interest in lots of things, but literacy in particular. But I suppose the structured literacy side of things came through the writing side for me more to start with looking at and being exposed in different schools I was in Litterland and Jolly Phonics, and using the sounds and stretching out and spelling and hearing and doing that as whole class activities, but not strong enough in myself to push for any other type of reading, apart from suggesting maybe we don't get kids to start reading until they know everything about their sounds, or how to structure and blend sounds together. So I've really strong at the moment on making sure children have got a good phonological base and they're able to understand orally the how and hear beginning sounds, end sounds and stuff before or alongside giving them intervention, because I believe that they need to be able to do that before they can be very successful in getting straight into the reading side of things.
Sure. Yeah, great. Thank you. Thank you for sharing. Perhaps just one or two more. Do you have a pivotal point when that brought you round to teaching structural literacy?
Hi. Yeah, I just can relate to what was just said about Letterland. So I came to New Zealand in 2009 from a background of having learnt in like the way I was taught to read was through structured literacy, and then my children went through Letterland, and I came here and was quite surprised to find that things were quite different. And I tried to find a way to bring it into my practice, but it's tricky when you don't have an ally, I guess. And then I met Kieran, and Kieran and I have been on a journey since then, and I'm now at Clutha Valley School teaching interventions in the afternoon. I have a class in the morning, and so this is a great opportunity for me to really look at it from an intervention point of view. I've done training with Ideal as well, but that was more for whole class. So I'm really excited. I've watched a lot of your videos, and I think this is going to be another pivotal moment for me. So thank you.
Wonderful. Great. Perhaps time for one more. No? Okay. All right. Let's carry on then. So this is an overview of what we are going to be looking at today. For some of you, this will be a real recap of your last years of learning, but I think it's really important that we do start with looking at that foundation of structured literacy. So today's focus is really focused on building an advanced understanding of the science of reading. And we'll be, of course, looking at science of learning and cognitive load theory, because that really, really feeds into everything that we do. We'll be looking at some of those key components of structured literacy. Understanding how the multi-tiered system of supports framework is set up. And then we're going to be looking at what is explicit instruction. And we'll be looking at some archerisms. And some of you will know what I'm talking about there. And then towards the end of the day, we're going to start looking at that sort of practical stuff. How do we set up our intervention room? And I'll be sharing with you some of the resources that I use and how I use them. So that's kind of the whole idea today. We're going to start off with a little bit of theory to start with, and then we're going to very much move into the practical, like what does it look like on the day to day. So let me just minimize that a little bit. Okay, so we of course need to know how does the brain learn to read, because when we understand this, it really feeds into everything that we do. Now, when we are born, we are very much hardwired for vision and sound. So nobody's taught you how to see, nobody's taught you how to hear. And of course, all going well, when we are born, we already have that wiring for vision and sound. And that carries on through our life. But of course, the brain we want to manipulate in order to read and write. And the brain is not hardwired for reading and writing. And the reason why, of course, it's not hardwired for reading and writing is because print is a man-made invention. And so as a baby is born, they have the hard wiring for vision and sound, but they do not have that natural ability to just start reading and writing, because our brain is not hardwired for that. So really, as teachers, what we are doing is we are taking some of that hard wiring for vision and sound, and manipulating that in order to create wiring for reading and writing. So how does the brain learn to do that? I've got a little video here, and I'm really, really hoping that I'm able to play videos via Zoom. This is the first time I'm actually trialing this, so I'm going to play the video. If it doesn't work, can you just pop into the chat whether you can hear it or not? Because if it doesn't work, then I've written the link down the bottom there. I'll have to send you the videos. So I'm really, really hoping, fingers crossed, everyone, that this works. So let me just play it.
How does the brain learn to read? We're living in the information age. Being a strong, confident reader is more important than ever. But the brain isn't meant to read. Humans have not evolved to naturally acquire reading and writing skills. We have to learn how to read. So, how does that happen? Let's find out. This is the left hemisphere of the brain, the part most essential for language and reading. When you look at words on a page, the brain processes it from back to front. It starts in the occipital lobe, goes to the ventral areas, and explodes into other areas in the left hemisphere. So, what does that mean? Let's take a closer look. This is the occipital lobe. It is the part that processes visual information. So, as you see letters and symbols when you read, this part is activated first. After the brain processes the visual information, the word formation area, or the letterbox, is activated. The letterbox is where we store our knowledge of letters. It is highly specialized for recognizing written words and letters. The activation of the letterbox triggers a burst of activity, activating two networks. The first network is related to the pronunciation and articulation of words or sounds. The second network is related to the meaning of words. We know that these networks of sounds and meaning already exist for people whose brains have developed normally. Reading consists of connecting vision and language, so we need to create an interface between the two. We can gain insight on how to do that by looking at how the brain changes as a person learns to read. One of the biggest changes is the letterbox area becoming activated. People who do not know how to read do not have an activated letterbox. When the letterbox becomes activated, that means that representation of speech sounds becomes more precise. So a big part of learning to read is connecting individual speech sounds to different letters. This can be seen in the brain. The higher someone's reading ability, the more fiber tracks we can see in the brain that connect these areas. This bundle is involved in connecting the letters to the sounds. When you hear a sound, you can also think about its letters. So the anatomy of the brain is literally changed as a person learns to read. So what does this mean for teaching? The brain processes every single letter and does not look at the whole shape. Fluent readers process letters in a word at the same time. It happens in parallel. The brain is not looking at the whole word or the whole shape. The brain processes every letter. This is true across all languages. So, teaching letter-sound correspondences is essential. We need to use explicit instruction methods that strengthen the neural pathways in the brain. This allows students to become strong and successful readers. So, what does that mean? Let's look at this example. B, a, t, but. B, a, t, but. First, the phonemes, or sounds, were explicitly segmented and blended. Next, an explicit connection between sounds and letters was shown. This is one way to teach sound-symbol correspondences explicitly. This kind of method can strengthen the neural pathways in the brain. This way, a strong connection is made between the letterbox and the sound network. But that's not all that's needed to become a strong reader. There are a lot of interconnected strands, or parts, that come together when a person reads. This was visualized as a reading rope by Dr. Hollis Scarborough in 2001. And that's how the brain learns to read. What did you learn? How will it change the way you teach? And what do you still want to know?
Okay, I'm hoping that you could all hear that. Could you just give me a little thumbs up if you could watch that video fine? Yay. Phew, I did something right there. Great stuff. Okay, so really as teachers, what are we doing? We are building those fibers in the brain that link that vision and sound, and using that to activate the reading network in order for the brain to read. Now, normally when some new learning occurs in the brain, we essentially have two nerves, and there'll be a nerve gap in between those nerves where the connection is not yet made. Now, when we expose children to a sound, for instance, B, what happens is an electrical pulse comes down that nerve, jumps that gap, and makes a little connection to the other nerve. Now, if this is the only time that children see that connection gets lost because the brain likes to recycle connections that aren't being used a whole lot. But if we keep exposing the child to that sound, it jumps that gap, and then eventually those two nerves will join together. And you'll know when those nerves have joined together, or those fibers have been created in the brain, when a child instantly can recognize a letter, or they can instantly recognize a word. And that is really when we know that that fiber has been made. Now, the average child takes between 1 to 4 exposures to build that fiber. But us as interventionists, of course, we are not working with neurotypically developing children in the sense of it only takes 1 to 4 exposures. That's why they're with us in intervention. So intervention students, on average, they will take somewhere between 20 and 200 exposures before that fiber is made. And before I understood that, in my own intervention work, I used to get a little bit internally frustrated. I've shown this child the sound that many times. Why are they still not getting this? What am I doing wrong? But when I understood that it can actually take up to 200 times for that fiber to be made, it took that pressure off myself, because I recognize actually we've just got to keep going with what we're doing. It's that exposure that needs to happen. We're just going to have a look at another little video, so I'll just move this away. And this this video here shows how those nerves get made, or those fibers get made in the brain.
Neurons communicate with each other, relaying messages throughout your body and powering all of your thoughts and actions. Neurons talk to each other using both electrical and chemical signals. Messages start as electrical signals traveling rapidly down a neuron. These signals are called action potentials. When they reach the gap between two neurons, the messages need some help to get across. The information is transformed from an action potential into a chemical message, which crosses the gap called a synapse. The release of those chemical messengers can trigger an action potential in the neuron on the other side of the synapse, conveying the message onward. or it can quiet the message. This happens over and over and over. And with repeated activity, the synapse gets stronger, so the next message is more likely to get through. That way, neurons learn to pass on important messages and ignore the rest. This is how our brains learn and adapt to an ever-changing world.
Wonderful. Now, the next video that I'm going to show you, some of you may have seen this on the teacher, I think it was the NZEI posted this next one, and is actually of a microscope, a microscope looking into the brain. And you can actually see those fibers connecting. And I think this is just such a fascinating video because you can physically see those connections being made in the brain. So I'll just play this one.
What you're looking at here are two neurons under the microscope that I've filmed. And if you wait really patiently, you'll be able to see them connecting to one another.
There we go. Isn't that just fascinating? How the brain actually, makes those connections. And that's really what the process of teaching is all about, connecting those fibers in the brain in order to relay that information in a more efficient way. And like I said, sometimes those connections can take a while to build. And that is why it's really, really important that what we do in intervention reflects what is happening in the classroom as well. Because if the classroom teacher is running a different program than what we are running as intervention teachers, we don't get that number of exposures to build those fibers. So generally when I'm teaching at Central Normal, whatever I'm doing in my intervention room is supported by the classroom teacher as well. Now, we might not be teaching the exact same sound on the same day, of course, because that would be very hard to coordinate. But I use the same scope and sequence as the classroom teacher. I use the same materials as the classroom teacher, and we also put our children on the same stage within the classroom as an intervention, so that we've got the same group of letters. Usually it's about 5 or 6 letters that we are working on, and we are doing the same work. Because if we're talking about trying to get to that 200 exposures, if I'm the only person doing it as an intervention teacher, we're just not going to get the acceleration needed. So if I'm thinking, okay, a child's going to see it at least 100 times in their class, and I do it 100 times as well, the job is kind of shared. So that's quite important, that what happens in the classroom is also reflected in intervention, that they're not completely separate programs, because yeah, it's about building fibers in the most efficient way. Right, looking a little bit closer at the brain. We've got this example here. This is Dr. Carolyn Strong. She has provided this this graphic to explain how we are building this almost a little bit like a super highway within the brain, making all these connections within the brain. So if I see there, you'll see on the right a bit of paper with some letters on it, B-A-T. And as I look at those letters, my optic nerve will send a message to the back of the brain where the letterbox forming area is. And my first part of the brain is to do with the vision, and you can see there, she's called it vision villages to help remember that area of the brain. And it's really that part of the brain deals with the vision of the word. Yes, Sarah, I've just seen your note that you will get a copy of all these slides at the end of the day. Sorry, I was supposed to say that at the beginning. I send you the whole presentation and I send you also the recording so that if you want to go back and listen to something, then you can do that. So we see the letters B, A, T. We then, the brain, if we link those letters to some sounds, so we've got B, A, T. We build those connections, and from there we can decode the word to say bat. So you'll see there that vision is very much connected to the sound city there. And it's important to build up those sounds because you can see right next to that we've got the handwriting hub. And when we are handwriting and spelling in particular, if we haven't built up the fibers linking the vision with the sound, it's harder to access those sounds for handwriting and also for spelling. So that's why it's important to link those two together. So I've now decoded the word as bat. Then the brain will take that word and put it through a vocab processor. And this is sort of happens around that meaning mountains. And you'll see there that the word bat can actually have two separate meanings. So the brain does this, of course, all in nanoseconds, but it recognizes the word bat and it thinks about what are the two meanings of this word. You know, it can mean this sort of bat, like a baseball bat, or it can mean like a bat that flies around. And then what the brain actually will do is then it will look at the context of the story. I'm reading a book about the jungle, for instance. It's not going to be a baseball bat. It's likely to be the other sort of bat. And so for every word, this process happens. The thing is, what we used to do, of course, is try and miss out the sound part. And this is why a lot of children have not learnt to read, particularly those with dyslexia, but also why we have a generation of kids that they might be able to read reasonably well, but spelling is really, really poor. Because we used to look at a word and straight away attach meaning to it. And we miss this whole bit with the sound and developing knowledge of phonemes there. And so, yeah, any instruction, of course, that we do, particularly an intervention, needs to include that sound there as well. Right, just having a quick look at the chat. What have you found works for ESOL? I will be covering that a little bit later on. Yeah, thanks, Karen. Okay, so moving on, let's have a little look at another model of the brain. Here you can see where the different parts of the brain where this activity is happening. So the dark blue, we've got the visual inputs there, that is already formed. That is when we see something, we can process that information. So that all happens at the back of the brain in the occipital regions there. When we develop our ability to read, what we're really doing is building up that visual word form area. That's that teal colour. And Dr. Dehaan Stanislas Dehaene, who you may have heard of. He calls it the brain's letterbox. And that's really the region where the decoding of the word happens. And once that decoding of the word happens, we get this explosion of information through the brain. And you can see how there we have got that orange region where we are looking at sound, we're looking at pronunciation and articulation, and also that whole green network there, which is to do with the meaning. So that's kind of a little bit more of a scientific way of looking at Dr. Carolyn Strom's reading model. Right, so what have they found out with the brain? That there's actually 4 processes that the brain goes through. And this is really just to sum up what I have been talking about, that we start at the bottom of this model. This model was confirmed by recent studies by Dr. Dehaene. And isn't it wonderful how technology has grown so much that we can now actually look inside the brain to see what's actually happening? And we get those lovely videos like what you saw earlier, where you actually can physically see those fibers forming. So looking right down the bottom at those 2 pink parts of the model, we've got the orthographic processor, that's that visual part that we've been talking about, and the phonological processor, that's the speech sounds that I was talking about. Together, those 2 parts work together to decode the word. And really, that is the process of phonics, isn't it? Looking at the letters and associating sound with that to decode the word. Once we have the word, of course, our brain puts it through the meaning processor, where we're looking at the vocab of that word rather, and then we look. Then the brain puts it through a context processor. So, what is the meaning of the story? Does that word make sense in the sentence that I am reading? And really, this is where you can really see how whole language, of course, didn't follow the natural way we learn to read. Because what part did we start with? We always started with the context processor in whole language, reading for meaning, what would make sense, take a guess at what the word might be from the context of the story. Oh, you don't know that word? Keep reading and then go back and take a guess at that word. And we really, all our prompts and instruction started with the context processor. But now that we can see inside the brain, we can see that's not where we start. We actually start with the decoding of the word. And so these 4 processes, that is how we build those fibers in the brain. And the activation of that orthographic processor and the phonological processor to decode the word, that's the vital first step. We need to decode the print first. And I know I'm very much talking to the preaching to the choir here, but it's helpful for us to understand why it is important that all our prompts for unknown words are that we start with looking at the letters and looking at the sound of those letters, because that is the natural path that the brain wants to take, and that's what we need to be developing in children, the ability to decode a word by using the letters and sounds. And once we have that course decoded word, we are then checking with the meaning and context processes. Right. I am going to pop you all into some breakout rooms to have a little chat amongst yourself, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break when we come back. But I'm going to put you into some breakout rooms with others, and I want you to have a little chat amongst yourselves. How will knowing how the brain learns to read impact your instruction techniques? Okay, so let me just get myself organized here. And how I'm going to do that. I had it all ready to go last time. Oh, how do I do breakout rooms again? It's the first time I'm doing breakout rooms, so does anybody know where the button? Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see it. Okay, let's create. We'll do 7 rooms. Okay. I'll see you in about 5 minutes.
I might just sit.
Wonderful. So I hope you've had enough time to have a chat. I think some people are still coming in. I think everyone is nearly here. Wonderful. People are coming in. Some people still having a chat. I know it looks like most people are in. Okay, what we're going to do is we're actually going to take a break for about 10 minutes. I want to do this regularly throughout the day because obviously via Zoom it's a lot harder than face to face. So I'd rather just take regular breaks. Then you can go to the toilet, grab yourself a cuppa. So let's meet back here at 10 past 10. And yeah, so don't close down your Zoom, just keep it going, and you can just turn off your video if you need to. Okay, so 10 past 10, I'll see everyone back here.
Thank you.
Okay, so let me go back to sharing my screen with you. Oh, that's interesting. It starts halfway. That's all right. There we go. So that's where we ended and finished off there. And I hope that during the day we'll have quite a few little breakout rooms, and it's really about connecting with others on the course as well, so that you can pick brains to see how you do things in your situation. Right, we shall carry on. So let's have a little look at what structured literacy actually is. I know a lot of you know about this, but I think it's important that we do quickly go over it just so that we're all on the same page. So structured literacy really has two parts to it. It is what we are teaching, but is equally important, it's also how we are teaching it. So the what we teach, this is the second part that I've got written here. The things that we're going to be teaching, of course, are phonemes or sounds. We are looking at the relationship between those sounds and letters. We'll be teaching, of course, syllable patterns. We'll be doing some morphology. Oh, excuse me, I've got hiccups now. And we're looking at explicit vocab teaching, sentence structure, paragraph structure, and text structure. That is what makes up structured literacy. But like I said, it's also how we are teaching it. That's also very important. And of course, if we're using a structured literacy approach, what we are doing is we are explicitly teaching in a systematic and sequential way. So it's really about following a scope and sequence and teaching that material explicitly. One of the features of a good structured literacy lesson, of course, is that there is cumulative practice where the knowledge builds on each concept, and of course ongoing review. That is probably the one word that you will get sick of me saying, and that is review, or sometimes I call it rehearsal, or sometimes I call it retrieval. Those three R's, what I call, are really, really important. Review, rehearse, retrieve. So important throughout structured literacy, but essential, of course, within the intervention space. So if we actually have a look at the elements of structured literacy, this puts it in sort of into a table form. There are 6 parts to structured literacy. And I know in a lot of classrooms around New Zealand, they're getting their head really around those first 2 parts. Looking at the study of language, so in phonology, and also that sound symbol association. So looking at a letter and that it represents a sound. And that's primarily where a lot of teachers start. Unfortunately, some teachers think that that's everything to do with structured literacy. It is not. It's not just about phonics. There are four other parts to it. And, you can see those there on the left-hand side. Syllable division, morphology, which of course is what we'll probably be doing with our intervention students. And then of course you have the syntax and the semantics. That's more around the writing, although the semantics comes into the reading as well. So that is what structured literacy looks like in terms of what is the content that we are teaching. And of course, we do a lot of that content through a scope and sequence. How do we teach it? Well, I'd like you to try and remember this acronym DEX. And I know that in the example there on the left, it's some of them are the other way round, but it's got all the bits there. So D stands for diagnostic. That is where we start. Diagnosing what are the children's gaps, what is it that I am going to be teaching these kids? What is it that they know? And what is it that they don't know? Because if I'm looking at a scope and sequence, here's my plan of all the content that the children need to know. What parts don't they know? Once I have diagnosed what the child doesn't know, I'm going to do E. E for explicit. And that is explicitly teach those concepts that the child doesn't know. Explicitly teach the gaps. And once the gaps are plugged in, of course, explicitly teach the next step for the child. Now, how am I going to do that? Well, that's where the C and S comes in. C for cumulative, S for systematic. And we are going to explicitly teach that content in a systematic way. And so it's really, really important that school-wide you are following a scope and sequence. There needs to be a plan in place throughout your school. This is the plan of the sounds that we're going to teach and the order we are going to teach those sounds. So that's really your scope and sequence. And yeah, so that each sound builds on the other and each concept builds on the other. And it's really important that in intervention, we are following the same scope and sequence as the rest of the school. Because like I said, you all need to be on the same page. Right, now we're going to have a little look at cognitive load theory. Cognitive load theory, of course, is known as the most important theory that teachers need to know, and that's certainly for all teachers, but it is really, really relevant, of course, for the intervention teacher. And those of you who have done the teacher training with me, the structured literacy training, you would have seen this before, but I'm actually going to add a little bit more to it today, and we're going to look at it a little bit more in depth. So I'll give the overview first, and then we will dive into it a little bit more as to practically what does that look like within my intervention groups. So the cognitive load theory, for those of you who are not familiar with this, this is all about how do we process information? How does our brain, basically process the information that's coming in? How do we work things out? Well, we actually have three types of memory that information goes through and is processed. So the first type of memory that it comes into is called your sensory memory. And you'll see there on the left, you've got input coming in all the time. And that input is via your five senses. So if you touch something, that information of what it feels like goes into your sensory memory. Every single thing that you look around the room, you can, all that information goes into your sensory memory. Everything you hear goes into your sensory memory. And that input is the first step. Now, for some children, this is where you get sensory overload. For particularly those children who have, sensory issues, particularly associated with autism, etc., where that input becomes too much. And so you'll see some children, it's too loud. I can't deal with the input coming in. Or sometimes when we present materials that are cognitively draining, so like really busy classrooms, for instance, visually, that input, that's where things start to break down right at that first step. And those that are working with AWS children, in particular, you'll notice it's at that first step that the sensory memory can get really, really overloaded. And I know, some children need to wear headphones, for instance, to reduce that input coming in. But obviously, we get a lot of input during the day. Unfortunately, we're a little bit like goldfish. We can hold an unlimited amount of information in our brain. We can get a whole lot of input coming in, but it only lasts in our brain about 3 seconds. And if we don't hold our attention to something, it just gets forgotten. And so even if I was to say to you, word for word, what was the sentence I said before this one? Can you remember it? A lot of it gets forgotten. Okay, so a lot of input comes in during the day, but most of it gets forgotten. And the analogy that I often use is that game where you have 20 objects on a tray. And when you look at that tray, you can name every single object that's on that tray. And because the input's coming in, you're able to look at all those things, and you can name all 20 things. It's unlimited how many you can name. But if you take the tray away or cover it up, most of it gets forgotten, doesn't it? It's hard to remember all 20 items. However, if you put your attention to something, so there you see that arrow, attention, the next memory that information gets processed through is your working memory. And your working memory has a little bit better news than the sensory memory. It actually can hold about 7 items for approximately 5 to 20 seconds. So it's not great news, but it is a little bit better than the sensory memory. Now, in that working memory, it says there approximately 7 items. For younger children, say 5 and 6-year-olds, that's more likely to be around 3 items. And you'll know this, won't you, if you're ever taught new entrant kids, that you give them more than 1 or 2 instructions and it gets forgotten. Okay, so typically developing children can hold somewhere between 3 to 7 items for about 5 to 20 seconds. But some bad news, most of it gets forgotten. And that's quite depressing as a teacher sometimes, isn't it? That most of what we teach children does get forgotten. But there you can see another arrow, and under it is the word rehearsal. And this is really the key to making it go into the third type of memory, which of course is the long-term memory. And that long-term memory, that's where the good news happens. We can hold an unlimited amount of information indefinitely. And once it's in our long-term memory, it tends to stay there. And, that's assuming that age doesn't affect our long-term memory and other brain issues like Alzheimer's, dementia, etc., that will affect that long-term memory. But yeah, if it's in that long-term memory, it sticks. So I always say to teachers that I'm training, can you remember the name of your childhood friend, even though you haven't seen them for maybe up to 40 years ago? Can you remember your home phone number as a child? Often those things really stick into your long-term memory. So, or there might have been a birthday party that you remember as a child, or a special gift that you were given. That's all in your long-term memory. And even years and years and years later, you might not have thought about that for the last 30 years. It's in there and you can just retrieve that information. Now, to get it to go from your working memory, of course, to your long-term memory, two processes need to happen. There is rehearsal, and rehearsal, of course, is all about those 3 R's. Review, rehearsal, retrieve, whatever word you use to describe that process. But this is really about building those fibers. And we know it takes between 4 and 200 times for that process to happen, to build that fiber in order for it to go to the long-term memory. So that's the part we can control, that rehearsal part. The bit we can't control, of course, is that encoding. And that encoding happens while children sleep. And even as we learn things today, you're getting a lot of input, a lot of me speaking, you're seeing the PowerPoint presentation, you're holding your attention to it, it's going into your working memory. I'm rehearsing some of the concepts, going over things in multiple ways a couple of times. So we're off to a good start. But tonight, when you go to sleep, and in particular when you fall into deep REM sleep, that's when the encoding of the information goes into your long-term memory. So during the day, children and yourself, the brain will work through in the working memory and temporarily park that information in your brain. When you go into deep REM sleep, that's when the brain organizes that information for long-term storage. So that sleep is really, really important. It's not just about resting the body in order for children to feel rested and for their learning. Sleep is also really important for encoding the information they have learnt during the day. So have a think about your intervention students. Are any of them yawning? Are any of them showing signs of tiredness? Are they getting enough sleep? I remember once when I was teaching an intervention, I had a child who proudly told me he had been up till 2 in the morning playing Fortnite. And he was yawning away, and funny enough, he couldn't really process or remember or retrieve what we had done the previous day. So if you have got some intervention students who are showing signs of tiredness, I would recommend, and you know that they're not getting enough sleep on a regular basis, it may be that you need to have a phone call to home and just talk about the importance of having good sleep for that child to be able to learn and to really hold that information in their long-term memory. Now, of course, once it's in the long-term memory, we can retrieve that information back, and it comes back into the working memory where we can add to that knowledge. And then in the evening, of course, or when you sleep, it gets encoded again. So quite important to understand how the brain processes information, because it's really the key is that working memory. And that working memory can get overloaded very, very quickly. In the chat, I want you to pop in there some signals or some signs that you see in children that will tell you, oh, the working memory has just got overloaded. What sort of signs will you see with the children? Just pop them into the chat. So Zoe has written yawning, absolutely. Fidgeting, yes, blank stare, distraction, rubbing eyes, rolling around on the floor. Yep, glazed look, wriggling movement, swinging on the chair, annoying others, absolutely. There's all those signs, aren't there, that will tell you working memory. Yeah, when are we finishing? Talking to others or teachers talking. When is lunch? Yep, looking away, changing the subject. Yeah, big one, Sarah. Trying to distract you by starting a story or asking a question. Jody has written, can I go now? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, avoidance techniques, Tracy, exactly. Asking to go to the toilet or for a drink. Yeah. Yeah, all of you have written going to the toilet. We know those signs, don't we? And it's a real sign that working memory is being overloaded. So we have to be quite mindful of using techniques that don't overload that working memory. So let's just have a dive into knowledge and how we reduce this cognitive load on the working memory. So there are two types of knowledge. We have biologically primary knowledge and we have biologically secondary knowledge. So you can see that there's these two types of knowledge that we have. So biologically primary knowledge is basically information that is unconsciously in our brain. We don't need instruction for it. So there, I'll let you have a quick read of that. Okay, so some examples of biologically primary knowledge. This would include like general problem solving and thinking skills, such as learning to speak and listen in a native language at a young age. We're not taught how to generalize, transfer knowledge, and perform simple social skills like recognizing faces. So primary knowledge is really knowledge that nobody's really had to teach you how to do this. Things like being able to see things, hear things, it's all that hardwired stuff. That type of information acquires automatically, and nobody needs to actually teach it to you. And because you can learn biologically primary information easily, this sort of stuff does not impose a heavy cognitive load onto the brain. So there are things that the brain can easily process. When we look at biologically secondary knowledge, this is information that needs to be explicitly taught. And so you can't just learn it through discovery. You actually need to be taught this information. And because it needs to be taught, it requires conscious effort. And so most subjects that you learn in school and formal education belong to this category of information. So like reading, writing, maths, history, science, and other subjects that are being taught. They are secondary knowledge. Because secondary knowledge requires a conscious effort, it usually imposes quite a cognitive load on the student. So, yeah, like it says there, it does not happen easily and automatically in the same way as listening and speaking. It requires mental effort. And really, an intervention when we're teaching reading and writing, it's a lot of cognitive load because it is secondary knowledge there. So, how do we reduce some of this secondary knowledge? How do we reduce the cognitive load on the brain? Well, there's three types of cognitive load. So the first one we want to look at is intrinsic cognitive load. Intrinsic cognitive load is about what is happening inside our brain. So I want you to have a little read of what it says there. Now, I can get you to read that paragraph, which tells you about intrinsic cognitive load, or I can actually do what it's telling me to do, and that is to simplify the instruction. So, in other words, to sum up that paragraph, break down the content, sequence the delivery. So that is how we simplify the cognitive load on the working memory. We break down the content of what we're learning and sequence that delivery. So it's about simplifying. So what does this look like practically? Well, often I see sound packs and information presented to the child, which is quite busy. And so here's an example of a sound pack, which I've seen online before, where visually the information, there's a lot happening on that card. So while it's got the information that we might use, it's very crowded. And you've got a lot of words on there, a lot of pictures on there, and it's not very clear. It has not been simplified. Likewise, with the next one with the snail, sun, and star on it, again, we've got lots of bright colours. We've got a sound there, which isn't really clear. And we've got lots and lots of examples, lots and lots of words on there. It's quite visually complex. And so when we're presenting materials to use with our intervention students, we need to make sure that we are using nice, simple materials to really break down that content, that we're not asking children to pay their attention to multiple things on the one card. So I know that I've said to all of you, you are getting a copy of my sound pack, whether you've chosen the basic or the advanced sound pack. And when you get that sound pack, when I see you face to face, you'll notice that I have deliberately made each card in its simplest form that I can. And so there's an example of the B card there. So you'll see, you know, the letter is presented visually nice and clear. There's a lot of white space around it, and then we have a good clear photo that has a picture of a word that sound can represent there. So Kieran's written, autistic children can focus on the background and pictures and not the C or the letter sound. Exactly, Kieran. So we've got to be quite mindful, don't we, of the materials that we use, that we simplify that materials to reduce a little bit of that intrinsic cognitive load, that their eyes aren't darting all over the place. Okay, so there's one example of how to do that. So when I am teaching a new letter to the children, I'm also very conscious of simplifying down the instruction. So the way that I do that is that I start with a new letter and I introduce that grapheme and the sound. For instance, here is a card, and I'm just going to put so you can see me. I'm sorry, it is back to front for you because, of course, it's in the video. But I'll say to the children, today we're learning a new sound, and this is the letter K, and the sound it makes is K. So say K with me, K, and the sound is K. Say K, K. Good. And then I'll say to the children, what words do you know that have this sound in it? And invite them to, give a whole lot of words that they might know start with this sound. K. Then I will look at the formation of this letter. So the formation of the letter, this is where I'm really building up the the muscle memory of this letter. So let me just go back to where you can see my screen. So here I have got the letter. This is how I form the letter. I start at the top, down, up, little loop, down. So I show the children again, watch me, top, down, little loop, down. And again, top, down, little loop, down. And then I invite them to also do the formation of this letter. And so together we would do top, down, little loop, down. Then after we've practiced that several times with the children, I want to reduce down my talking so that we just focus in on the formation of the letter. So the instruction I give to the children is we're going to do that without talking now. And again, top. And the children are building up their muscle memory by doing this over and over again. I might ask them to take it from the the vertical, like doing it up in the sky, down to their knee, or write one on the desk as well. So bring it down to that horizontal plane. So we do that without talking, and we're just building up the muscle memory, just focusing in on that formation. Now, once the formation of the letter has happened, and I feel like they're quite confident at forming the letter, that's when I attach the phoneme to that grapheme. So as we are writing that and forming that letter, we're going to say the sound. K. K. Now one on your knee. K. K. And maybe one on the desk. K. K. And so that is how I simplify the formation of the letter and attach that phoneme to the grapheme. Now, for those of you who have done the other training with me, you'll hear that I'm quite big on simplifying the script of when we introduce a new letter. I know that some of you may have different programs to do that. Personally, and this is my own personal opinion, I'm not a fan of using programs like Casey Caterpillar and other things that attach other things to the grapheme. And really, that's only come from my own personal experience with working with intervention students. It could be that it's just the way that I teach that way, that I find it doesn't work with intervention students. You might find that using those programs does work, and that's, your instruction, and that's completely fine. But I find that when I use things like, particularly like with the M, stick, tunnel, tunnel, that tends to be what children remember. But actually, what I want them to remember while they're writing the letter is to remember the phoneme. And so that's why I prefer methods and instructions where I attach phonemes to the formation of the letter, not necessarily the script or having to remember, where the caterpillar is and the sun and all those sort of things. But that is my personal opinion based on what I have observed with my intervention students, is that it's better to focus in on this is what the grapheme is, this is the letter name, this is what the sound is, and attach that sound to the formation so that when children are writing that formation, they're thinking about the sound it makes, not about some story about a particular character. So, like I said, that's my personal opinion. Right. So let's have a look at the next type of cognitive load. I'm going to put a slide up and I want you to have a read of this slide. For those of you who have done training with me before, you'll know exactly what I'm about to do. Have a read of this. And as you're reading, really pay attention to that research by Chandler and Sweller there down the bottom there, which is quite important. And also, the schema and the mental models of pre-existing knowledge, that's quite important too. Is it annoying that I'm talking while you're trying to read? It's just read the bit in black. Okay, so really, really important that when we're presenting information to children, that we don't sit there yakking too much. Particularly, I observe teachers doing this. I go around classrooms all around the country and observe teachers. The place where I see this most is when children are writing. Now, if you want to talk about cognitive load, think about what it takes in order to write a sentence. You have to think about how to hold the pencil. You have to think about the pressure to apply. You have to think about forming that letter correctly. You have to think about, the letters that you need to write. You have to think about the spelling. You need to think about the sounds. You need to think about the grammar within the sentence. You think about punctuation. And we haven't even got to the ideas part of writing. And I see teachers, it takes so much cognitive load in order to write something down. And what I see often is that teachers, when children are writing, they start adding all this extraneous cognitive load to that task. So, for instance, a teacher will set up a writing task. They do a wonderful discussion with the kids, build up the expectation of the writing, and then they get the kids writing, and the teacher goes round and is still giving instructions as the children are writing. Or they're doing things like, oh, that group over there, fabulous work. I'm going to give you 10 points. Sarah, you need to sit down and get on with your work, please. And there is nothing more frustrating, is there, that when you're trying to write something down, that you have got somebody talking in the background. So the whole idea with extraneous cognitive load is we need to reduce that down. For instance, in the structured literacy lesson, when we're doing a dictated sentence, for instance, once children are writing that down, the dictated sentence, we need to make sure as teachers that we do not add to that cognitive load by talking while they're trying to write that sentence down. And when I model some lessons, you'll see me how I do that. Okay, now the last type of cognitive load that we want to look at is germane cognitive load. And germane cognitive load is where we really want to maximize this type of cognitive load. And it's really about presenting things in a visual way that is nice and systematic. And it, as you can read there, the systematic organization of germane materials makes complex learning easier and helps to remember. So this type of cognitive load, this is what we are trying to maximize. And really that is done by simplifying our instruction and making sure we are teaching it the same way every single time. So I'll show you an example of this. Here we have the word that we're going to write is sock. So I ask the children to tell me the sounds and they will say sock. And this is an example of when I am teaching the CK rule. And so there I've written a line for our target sound, which is the k sound. And then I will say to the children, does the k come at the end of a syllable? Yes, it does. And does it come after a short vowel? Yes, it does. Then we use CK. And I use the same method for all the spelling rules, where you will see this line for the target sound, and then you'll see some sort of arrow that directs them to where they need to be focused and looking at. And when we go through some of the spelling rules, you'll see me use this technique a lot. So it's about maximizing the simple instruction and maximizing techniques that reduce the other cognitive loads, but maximizes the instruction that we're doing, that it's the same methods every time. So when we have a look at those three types of cognitive load, we want to simplify the complexity of new information, simplify intrinsic cognitive load, what's going on in the brain with the way we present things. We want to reduce extraneous cognitive load. That's all that other extra stuff going on outside of our instruction. Things like teacher talk, other children talking. It's also about reducing the amount of visual information that we give children, and other outside influences that might clog up that working memory. And then we want to maximize the germane cognitive load, how we process the information that we are learning. Okay, right, enough talking from me. I'm going to get you talking now in some breakout rooms. How will understanding cognitive load theory impact your instruction techniques? So in your groups, I want you to have a little talk about cognitive load theory, maybe some things that you might not have been aware of. For those of you who are very familiar with cognitive load theory, perhaps you could talk about how you've noticed things in your intervention space and how it has impacted your instruction techniques. I want you to really sort of learn from each other. So I will just stop sharing that and put you into some breakout rooms for about 5 minutes, and then we'll have another after that. So turn on your, you know, unmute yourself rather, and I will open up some rooms for you.
I think I'm all by myself,
Oh,
which is
Carla?
fine. Yeah, Carla
Oh,
Ferguson.
okay, hang on. Let's see. I think you need to hit the join button.
Oh, it didn't pop up this time. What
Oh,
have I done?
didn't it?
No.
Okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm
hang on.
having technical issues.
Here we go. I'm going to put you into a room.
Beautiful. Thank you. Oh, yep, there I am.
Okay, right, let's carry on. What we'll do now is we will go through to 12:30 and then we'll be breaking for lunch. So we'll go an hour and a half this time and then we'll have a bigger break for lunch. So where are we up to? Sorry, while I just get this. Don't know why, but the PowerPoint presentation goes right back to the beginning every time. So let's start from here. All right, so there we are. There's the last slide. Okay, so we're going to really be looking at now what does the 3T system look like within a school? And this is the model, of course, that the ministry have provided. Te tuapapa o he pekorua. And we've got the three tiers or the three phases of learning there for intervention. So the universal or the te matua instruction there, that's what we would call our tier one or our, it's like the universal instruction. And this is really talking about the primary program that the kids are in. So this is all children, of course, go through the universal or the tier one instruction. And you'll see that no matter what tier you are in, that tier one instruction actually goes right through. So even if you're in some of the other tiers or the other parts of instruction, you are still always in that universal part of the instruction, goes right through. The second tier or layer that we have is the te kahui, which is our targeted groups. So here, that's also known as our tier two learners. So targeted or tier two or te kahua, Te Kahui, that's our second layer of instruction. And this can happen in a number of places. This can happen within the classroom program, or it may be appropriate that a group of children are withdrawn to an intervention room, for instance. But typically, that targeted instruction is with a smaller group of children, usually up to 5 students. And then, of course, the last type of instruction that we have in there is our te arotahi, which is our tailored, or also known as our Tier 3 students. And this really provides more specific supports for unique needs and contexts. And typically speaking, this is one-on-one type of work. Now, this model really shows too that, like I said earlier, that universal, when you're in all of those different, the targeted and tailored, you are still also in the universal. And this is probably one of the biggest challenges that you have as an interventionist. And that is communicating to the classroom teacher that even though that child is in intervention, whether they are in Tier 2 or Tier 3, either the targeted or the tailored, that the classroom program still needs to be happening. And the main reason for that, of course, is you are just not going to get to that 200 exposures or up to 200 exposures if a child is just in intervention and not taking part in the universal classroom program. So really important that we have, if whatever intervention a child is in, whether they are in with just one-on-one and tailored, or whether they are in a small group in the targeted, they are still taking part in the universal or the classroom program. So let's have a little look at each of those different aspects. So the universal, the Tier 1, this is instruction that's based on evidence. It's evidence-based literacy teaching and learning. And so it's really, it's still structured literacy, but they are, the teacher is also looking at specific targeted teaching as part of the learning program. So just because a child is not, making great progress in the class doesn't mean that they necessarily need to straight away go into Tier 2. The teacher is still planning for that targeted teaching as well. So it's not as though it's just all the classroom teacher, and as soon as a child struggles that they get put into Tier 2, the teacher still needs to be planning for that targeted teaching as well by taking some groups aside, etc. The Tier 1 teacher, the classroom teacher, will be doing frequent progress monitoring, and of course, like I've just said, there will be some flexible grouping within that classroom program for some differentiated learning. And often that's what some children will just need, just a little bit of targeted, flexible grouping within the classroom to get underway. However, sometimes a child won't make progress under that Tier 1 universal model, and so then they need to be considered for Tier 2 or the targeted. And really this is where you as intervention teachers come in. The targeted instruction is more deliberate, and it's more of a direct approach to support the learners, and sometimes we work with the families, and we also work with the classroom teacher so that we're all on the same team to bring about that learning. In under tier 2 or the targeted, the learning typically takes place alongside peers. So we've sort of got a small group situation going in. Now, in terms of grouping size, I tend to find that while children are still learning the first half of the alphabet and learning how to slide words together, how to segment, that real sort of early phonological awareness and phonemic awareness type work, it's better to have groups of, say, up to 3 children. And once we've got that decoding going underway, then I might move into, groups of up to 5 children. Sometimes I take up to 6, but that's not very often. And the idea of targeted and tier 2 instruction is that it's more intensive than what's happening in the classroom. So it's really kept at a perky pace. It is intensive instruction. And we're going to look at how we do that for the rest of the day. There's going to be frequent individual progress monitoring, and the sessions, it says here, 2 to 3 hours a week. So what does that look like in reality? It's probably half an hour a day at least with the tier 2 students. And then the third layer is the individualized, the tier 3. And so this is when a child has been through tier 2 and they still are identified as needing individualized work. And it's probably for children who have got some of those more specific learning needs. And so they need that sort of individual work. And we really look at providing a very structured and sequential type learning. Individual support. This is what's written on the ministry site, that often they are supported by specialist teachers like our RT Lits, and isn't it a shame that that is going, because in terms of tier 3 individualized work, this is so important. And yeah, of course, our RTLBs as well. So this is another model to look at it. So tier 1 is your core class instruction. Your tier 2 is your targeted small group instruction. And your tier 3 is your intensive individual intervention. And as we go up these tiers, 2 things will happen. One is the intensity of the lesson will increase, and we will also see a decreasing in the number of students. So in the classroom, of course, we can have 20-something kids. Targeted small group, we're looking at groups of about 5, and tier 3, we're looking at, which is your tailored, that is individual children. So this is the big one really, isn't it? You can't intervene your way out of a tier 1 problem. Tier 2 and 3, your targeted and tailored instruction within a school and your system that you have, it has to support tier 1. Because if you're all doing individual stuff, it's just not going to work. And basically, if you as a tier 2 teacher or tier 2 or 3 teacher, and you're doing something different to the classroom, essentially what you become is the tier 1 teacher. So we do need to make sure that within a school, and that is going to be part of your job, is to make sure there is a system within the school and a plan as to how we provide intervention for our students. So putting that plan in place where we say, well, this is what tier 1 looks like in our school. This is what tier 2 looks like. This is what tier 3 looks like. So there is a system and a procedure for moving children through these tiers. Because if you don't have that in place, kids fall through the gaps. But in terms of the tier 1, the classroom instruction, as a tier 2 and 3 teacher or as an intervention teacher, you need to be making sure this is happening. Otherwise, the work that you do, it might be wonderful work, but if it's not supported by tier 1, it's just not going to be as effective. So what you are doing is tier 2 and 3, you are double dosing tier 1 instruction. In other words, you're on the same page as the classroom teacher. So making sure that that is the same. What you're doing is not a separate program to what is happening in the classroom. Now, having said that, when I'm taking intervention, I sometimes use different materials than the classroom teacher, but not wildly different materials. So, for instance, at our school at Central Normal, we use the Little Learners Love Literacy scope and sequence. So we are all using the same scope and sequence, but where it differs is that the classroom teacher will use, if you're familiar with Little Learners Love Literacy, they've got different series of books that support the scope and sequence. So in the classroom, they use the Pip and Tim books, but in intervention, I use the Whiz Kids books and also some of the non-fiction ones. Really, that's because kids who have been in the classroom program, they may have seen those books over and over again. And so I want to have some different books to use with them. But we are still working on the same scope and sequence. So that's really important that we are following the same plan. It's just I might use slightly different books to execute that plan. Another thing to think about is the interventionist needs constant communication with the classroom teacher. Continually saying, hey, this is what I'm working on. Hey, I've noticed, a BD confusion. In your instruction, classroom teacher, can you please make sure you really focus on that? Or it could be, I've noticed a child is not sliding the sounds correctly. They're chopping sounds. That needs to be tidied up. So can you please make sure that you are focusing in on that as well? Constant communication. Or it could be, hey, I've noticed that a child has completed that stage. We need to move them up. You need to do the same within the classroom. So constant communication. And of course, tier 1 still needs to happen. So as you make your timetables for your intervention students, try and pick times for that child when they're not being taken out of their reading in their classroom. And I know that's really, really difficult, right? Schools are messy places, aren't they, when it comes to timetables? But yeah, try as much as you can. The other thing that I always used to say to classroom teachers is that the intervention program is really important, so children will come out for that. You need to make sure that you're teaching reading as well during the day, and you might need to organise your groups so that a child can come out for intervention, but they're still getting their reading with you as well. So this is really just another way to look at it. At tier 1, everyone receives that instruction. Tier 2 interventions are in addition to tier 1. They don't replace core instruction. And likewise, tier 3 interventions are in addition to tier 1 and tier 3. I've just got a question from Nicole. What about older students? For example, a student who may be working at a 6-year-old reading, spelling are in a year 7 class. That classroom teacher still needs to provide differentiated instruction for that child. Okay, so it's not that you, Nicole, become the primary teaching of that child. That classroom teacher still has that responsibility to be giving instruction to that student, even if they are 7 years behind. You need to work together as a team with that classroom teacher, what that instruction might look like. But yeah, they need to be getting it in the classroom as well as with you. Otherwise, if you're the only one that's working, then you essentially become the tier 1 teacher.
Can I just, can I just actually
Yes.
ask something? So I
Yes.
100% agree with everything you've just said, but the ministry has now come out and said if you've got a year 7 student, to accelerate that student, and they even use the word accelerate, they should be exposed to year 7 concepts, which I agree with, they should be. But when they are so far behind and I'm providing work at the level where all the gaps are, the teacher is also doing it, it's never going to, you know.
Yeah. And that's a massive jump, isn't it? I mean, you're talking about 7 years behind there.
That's it. And,
Yeah.
and the current stance from our current government is no, just the year 7 work.
Yeah. So, yes, we do want children exposed to some of that, but that doesn't mean that's the only instruction they get within the classroom.
I agree.
So, yeah. So, often whole class reading is taking place, and we do want children, even if they are 7 years behind, to be taking part in that because they will get access to class discussion, to the vocab work, etc., etc. But then the teacher needs to be taking that child for some reading instruction as well. And that is very clear even within the whole class model of instruction. It's not just, well, you teach to year 7 and then, well, if you can't read, tough luck. As a classroom teacher, you're still responsible for taking a tailored group for that child. But then they may also be enrolled in intervention to get more extra, that double dosing, right? Yeah.
And that is what we are doing. I just wanted to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Thank you.
What you're doing. Yep, that's good. Alison's written, will you give us advice on children missing other areas of learning? I find the cognitive load is huge when the tier 2 children go back into the class and have missed vital info. Yeah, that's the downside, isn't it? Children get taken out of class, they miss other areas of learning. That is really a situation where you have to look at what is most important. And probably for a child, learning how to read, it kind of trumps the rest of the learning, doesn't it? I mean, it's very hard to access other learning without being able to read and write. So if there is a situation where a child can't read and write, well, in my opinion, that needs to be addressed first. So yes, they are going to miss other areas of learning, but sometimes we need to look at what is the most important and pressing need for this child. And I think a lot of people would argue that literacy and numeracy would be the two that really need to be focused on, right? And yeah, if they miss out on, some of the other subjects, then that will just have to be in order to fit everything in. Unfortunately, we only get 4.5 hours a day to actually teach children. Okay, right. So carrying on. When we look at the intervention, the 3 tiers of support, If they're in the classroom instruction, they're likely to be getting 5 days a week with that classroom teacher. In addition, they would get 4 days with, well, this is how we ran it at our school, should I say. They get 4 sessions with the intervention teacher, which means they're getting 9 sessions of instruction in literacy a week. So that's really to show you how it's on top of the Tier 1 instruction. And sometimes they would also go into the intensive individual intervention. Now, this is not to say that they receive 5 in the core classroom, then 4 with the targeted, and then go out for intensive intervention. It would be more that the intervention on an individual basis would be the intervention. So they would have 5 core classroom and 4 individual intervention sessions there if they needed that. Okay, let's have a little look at explicit instruction and some of the things that we need to remember, some of the strategies and techniques for effective one-on-one or small group intervention. And I've thought about how I wanted to do this, and I think most of us would be familiar with this lovely lady here, Dr. Anita Archer, and I really want to look at explicit instruction through this lens. And for those of you who don't know Dr. Anita Archer, she's known sort of as the guru or perhaps the grandmother of structured literacy. She's an amazing lady. I had the great privilege of meeting her last year. I totally fangirled all over the place, had my photo with her and everything. But yeah, she's a doctor in America, and if you can get anything that she puts out, whether it's a book, whether it's on YouTube, she has, I'm trying to get myself into one of her courses in America. Anything like that, listen to what she has to say. She's got amazing advice for explicit teaching. And she is very famous for her Archerisms. And you can see those Archerisms on the left. These are her little sayings that are just really, really handy to always remember and think about the explicit instruction. So we're going to go through these ones and see how it relates in a practical way. So the first one we're going to look at is teach the stuff and cut the fluff, which is one of her famous sayings. So teach the stuff, cut the fluff. Basically, this is to remind us that instructional time is limited. So when you have kids come to you for intervention, it's a limited amount of time and it flies by pretty quickly, doesn't it? And we need to optimize that limited time and make that critical content a priority. So these are some of the things you need to keep in mind. First of all, as you're giving instruction, avoid those tangents, like little stories to go with whatever content you're learning, unless it's really going to optimize that content. But yeah, we want to try and avoid going off on a tangent. The other thing we want to do is avoid asking questions that lead to unnecessary usage of time. So an example of this would be, oh, hi, Sarah, come on into my room. So what did you get up to on the weekend? It's really great that we build that connection with the children, of course, but when we're spending the first 5 minutes of every lesson talking about things that are not to do with the content that we want to teach, we're actually wasting some of that instructional time. We can, of course, give a greeting and things like that, but the children who come to you for intervention need to know that it's learning time. Often you only have 25, maybe 30 minutes. Some of you might have 40 minutes, but you don't have a whole lot of time. And so we want to avoid taking up some of that time with those things. Some other examples. Avoid examples that don't relate to the content or to confuse the learner. Once I was observing a teacher and she had said this to a child. She was talking about diphthongs, and she was doing a lesson on OU and the owl sound. And she had actually said to the child, "Oh, when I was a little girl, my teacher taught me when two vowels go walking, the first one does the talking, but we don't use that poem anymore because it doesn't work most of the time." Now, what that teacher was doing was actually confusing the learner, okay? They didn't need to know that content. It didn't relate to what the teacher was talking about. So we need to avoid those examples that add extra information for the child, but extra information we don't want them to remember. Also, teaching the stuff and cutting the fluff means that we have to have our materials on hand. Afterwards, I'm going to show you a video of what it looks like in my intervention room. And you'll see that I have got everything right there at my fingertips. Because a lot of intervention work, of course, is diagnosing the gaps that a children has. And sometimes I don't know what that gap is until we're halfway through the lesson. And all of a sudden I noticed, oh, they've got those two vowels confused. It's usually where I stop the lesson and I grab what I need on hand to give a quick mini lesson on that. So yeah, it's really great if you can have all the materials right there ready to go. And of course, the big one is know the direction of your lesson. Know what you want to achieve in that lesson and get it done. Try and get all the parts of the lesson there. Know what you're wanting to teach. Know what you want the children to retrieve at the end, and really drive that there. So it's cutting all the fluff in order to be able to teach the stuff. And that's exactly what Dr. Anita Archer was talking about. Right, the next Archerism, how well I teach equals how well they learn. Sometimes it's hard to accept that the way we are teaching isn't working for our students. And yeah, second point, don't feel discouraged if this is the case for you. There can be a couple of reasons why this is happening. The first port of call, of course, is to work on improving the organisation of your lessons to achieve high levels of engagement. So we're going to look at some of those afterwards, but it's almost essentially about teaching that stuff, isn't it? Getting that perky pace going and making sure that our lessons are really well organised. We know the direction of the lesson and we engage the children in that learning. So be intentional with your instruction, but don't be afraid to adjust your approach when needed. So there does need to be a little bit of differentiation. That does not mean we just throw out the scope and sequence we're using or throw out the materials that we're using. We need to carefully consider when we do need to adjust our approach. What I've actually found though is that often I've got to keep in mind that this could take quite a few exposures before a child gets it. And so sometimes I modify the delivery of that information, and so that it's presented in a slightly different way, but that I just need to keep going presenting that information to the child. Right. The next archerism, and I'm sure you've all heard of this before. I do it, we do it, you do it. And this is really all around the gradual release of responsibility. We need to keep the teach in teacher. And that is that we have the knowledge. We come from a position of we are good at reading. And so therefore, I'm going to teach the child how to read. And so initially, a lot of our instruction is going to be I do it. So watch me. I'm going to model how to read this sentence. And I'm going to show you how to decode words. I'm going to teach you the sounds. And so it's very focused instruction, and it'll be very heavy teacher-led. After a while, the child, of course, starts to hear that instruction, and you can move more to a we do it phase, where as a teacher you're giving guided instruction, but that the children are starting to have a go themselves. And so it's a very supported reading. So an example of that would be where the teacher, does echo reading, where I read a line, they copy. I read the next line, they copy. And once we've been through that, we can then have a go at choral reading, where we read it together at the same time because they've already had some explicit instruction on it. And then eventually, when we can see that children have got that new learning, they do it alone. So that's the you do it phase. And then all that responsibility for the learning comes from the teacher onto the child. And it's they're now at the phase of independent learning. So here we go. This is what it can look like. Some echo reading, which is what I've just explained, where I read a sentence and you copy, or choral reading, where we read the text all together. It'll also look like for the teacher that you model the handwriting. And that's quite important with the formation of the letters, that you are doing some modelling on the board or in a book, etc., so that the children can copy that. So yeah, it's that whole I do, we do it, you do it. Okay, the next altruism. Learning is not a spectator sport. And I love this one because it helps me to remind myself that I need to give students an opportunity to put their knowledge into context, as they are the learners. And it's not about retrieving the knowledge while, when the lesson is finished with. It's also all through the lesson, getting them the opportunity to give it a go and to retrieve that information and to chat about things. So I'm going to do exactly that. I am going to put you into your Zoom breakout sessions again. And how do you make your learning more interactive with your students? I want you to share together what are some ways where you are deliberately within your lessons encouraging students to put their knowledge into context. So let me just stop sharing this. And I'll just pause the recording and pop you into your breakout rooms. Okay, right. Looks like most of you are coming back into the room. Wonderful, good. Can you see the PowerPoint? Yep. Okay, good. All right. So yeah, learning is not it's not spectator sport. Somebody's got their thing unmuted. Could you just mute your computer? Yeah, wonderful. Thank you. That's a lot easier. Otherwise, it echoes. So yes, we need to make our learning far more interactive. These are some of the ways that I do that. We've got some different responses there that the children can do. They could respond by giving hand signals or gestures. Sometimes I get them to write the answer or to write the word onto a whiteboard, particularly with spelling, get them to hold up the answer. Or sometimes I may say, right, let's take a vote. Do you think it's answer A, B, or C? Or 1, 2, 3, and they would show with their fingers what they are thinking. Or sometimes I use a response card. Now, a response card is a card that has got either yes or no written on it, and they show which one they are thinking. Other ways I get them to interact, of course, is when we're doing reading. They might do some choral reading, so where we read all together. Oh, excuse me, I've got the hiccups again. Or they may do a little bit of quiet reading to themselves as well. But the point is that they need to be engaged in the lesson. A bonus tip. Avoid relying on raised hands. Not only are you taking the time to ask the question, who can tell me? And, it takes up time eventually if you do that too often. But also that really only encourages the most confident and higher performing students to participate. And what we're wanting is all students to participate in the learning, because that is the best way to build those fibers in the brain. It allows the children to engage with the learning. It means they can't just be a passive learner. So the next altruism. Everyone does everything, and this really links in with the previous one. Learning is not a spectator sport. So every day in every class, every student needs to participate by speaking, writing, or doing. And we need to remember that students are the heavy lifters. So if, as an intervention teacher, you are doing all the talking, if you are doing all the modelling on the board, if you are doing all the writing, then you are the heavy lifter. So we need to make sure that that responsibility is gradually released onto the students so that they are the ones doing the writing. They are the ones that are retrieving the information. And that they are participating in the lesson. They don't just get to sit there and absorb, they have to participate in it as well. And we can use things like echo reading for that, choral reading, and try and avoid round robin reading. Because as you know, with round robin reading, what do kids do? They're busy looking, what's my part I'm going to read? And that increases anxiety, of course, but more importantly, they're not actually reading what they're supposed to be reading. So, and they'll only end up reading the bit that they have to read, which is only a tiny part of the overall reading. So everyone does everything. Try and get as much participation as possible. So the next archerism, look carefully, listen carefully, walk around, look around, talk around. In other words, always be observing, always be looking for things to give feedback to. So these are some of the things that you will be observing. Are the children using the correct use of phoneme fingers? Are those fingers being used correctly? We're down here for a child. Or are they doing this sort of thing and just coming up with three fingers? Do they know what each sound is? So look for that correct usage of phoneme fingers. Be observing. Are they correct, doing the correct letter formation? Is it starting in the correct spot? Is it sitting on the line? Is it going the right way? Be always observing for that and giving feedback straight away if it's not. If you're working with ESOL students, particularly, we're looking for correct pronunciation, particularly with those vowel sounds. That's where I usually find it's quite difficult for our ESOL students. It's around the vowels that the pronunciation might be difficult. So use mirrors if you need to. Model the sound to the child, what it looks like on your mouth. Get them holding a mirror and get them to match their mouth with your mouth. Really work on that pronunciation. And also be observing, have they got the correct pencil grip? And if they don't, and they are a child that is, say, under year 5 or 6, seek to correct that pencil grip. After year 5 and 6, it becomes a lot more difficult, of course. But yeah, certainly under that, it's if you can correct it, do it. Okay. Of course, if things aren't how they should be, we should be looking at some feedback to the kids. And I want to look at constructive feedback. And this is the altruism. Feedback feeds forward. So in other words, if I give the child feedback now, that is going to feed forward to later learning. I'm setting up the learning. I'm setting up the correct way to do something so I don't need to unteach it in the future. So when you see something that needs correcting, do it. So that's what I mean by explicitly teaching. If you see a gap, it could be a gap in knowledge, but it can also be a gap in correct usage of something. Correct it right then and there, okay? And do that in a constructive way. So if the phoneme fingers are not being used correctly, correct it. If the letter formation is not happening, model it on the board and get the child to have a go at that. If the pronunciation is not correct, model it as a teacher and get them to have a go. Correct pencil grip, correct it. There's lots of great guides for the children. You can buy them, not that I'm advertising for Temu or anything like that, but on Temu they've got them in they're cheap as chips. I think you can like buy 5 for $1 or something like that. I tend to, if I see a child that needs the pencil grip corrected, I will get them their own pencil for use in the intervention room with a corrective grip on it, and I give them one to take home so that anytime they have a pencil in their hand, and I tend to give one to the classroom teacher as well, that we are working on it 24 hours a day basically. Well, certainly anytime the child is writing, that they have that grip. The ones that I really like are the ones where you slot your 2 fingers into it. And then there's a hole for this finger here to go into, and then there's like a bar that the child holds onto here. I might see if I can find a photo of it at some stage and show you what I mean. The other thing I have done before in the past is grabbed a little post-it note or a little bit of tissue, or sometimes I get a little marble or yeah, something little. You want something little like that. And you get the children to place it in their hand, and then these two fingers go down on the thing that they have to hold. It keeps those fingers out the way. If they're having to apply pressure to hold something in place, it keeps them out the way. Then it leaves these three for the grip. So I found that quite useful before in the past as well. But yeah, absolutely correct things if you see it.
Is it
So
this
that's
Mary?
yes.
That one you mean?
Sorry, I'll just have a look to see. Yes, that's it. Has it got the bar on it too?
Yes, underneath.
Oh yeah, no, there's also some that have that, and then they've got a bar as well.
Right.
And that's really good for putting in the palm just here. And it kind of holds the other finger in place.
What about
That's
this one here?
Yep, Juliet, that's the one. Yep. Okay, so can you
I
see
found that there though, sometimes they pull this part here down, and so it's correcting them to bring that finger up.
Right. Okay, yeah, we just have to there are a number of things out there, aren't there, that, and for some children, others work better than the others. But I find the molded ones or the triangle ones, if there's a real difficulty holding the pencil, they don't often work. So I find ones that really guide the hand is better than the ones that are just molded. Right. So let me just minimize that again. So that's constructive feedback. There's also motivational feedback. And I want to tell you a little story about a young fella that I had. His name was Oscar. Deb will know who I'm talking about. And Oscar was a boy that came to me as an intervention student, and he was in almost year 6. He was certainly at the end of year 5. And he came to me as an individual student. And as a year 5 student, he could read 2 words. He could read his name and he could read the word I. And he had come from another school. And the first day I had him, he was not impressed at all about coming to my room. And he had said to me, I've already done things like what you're doing, and they don't work. I can't read. There's not much point me being here. You know, I'm not going to learn how to read. I can't learn how to read, so you're just wasting my time. So I had a little talk to him and I said, look, Oscar, the difference between what you've had before, because I could see, the types of programs that he had been enrolled in previously. I said, the types of programs that you've done before, it's different to what I do. I said, I teach children all day, every day, how to read, and I have never had a child that I've not yet taught how to read, and I have a different sort of program, and I can promise you that by the end of this week, you are going to double the amount of words that you know. And we're going to start off by looking at some sounds, and you're going to be able to read a couple more words by the end of this week. And he was very, very skeptical. And so I taught him the S, the M, and the A. So just 3 sounds. And then I showed him how we could put those 3 sounds together to read some words. And so, of course, he could read am and Sam. And I also showed him how to do the word as, but that it made the S made a Z sound. And by the end of the week, sure enough, he could read 2 more words. And then I said to him, see how this is working? I said, it took you 2 words. It took you 5 years to learn 2 words. And now you've come to me for 3 days and you've learned another 2 words. See how it's working? I said to him, by the end of next week, I promise you we're going to double that again. And 4 words right now, by the end of next week, you're going to be able to read at least 8 words. And so taught him a few more sounds, and he was able to slide those sounds together. And what happened with Oscar is that he started to really understand and believe that actually I can do this. And before I knew it, he was wanting to come every day to see me at intervention. And in fact, if I ever took a day off, if I was sick, I got a big earful the next day. He'd come and find me in the playground and say, why didn't you take me yesterday? But he was motivated to learn because I could show him, see, it does work. And by the end of the term, he was up to stage 6 with Little Learners Love Literacy, because he was just wanting to read. And in fact, every single day we would read 5 of the books. And he could see himself as a reader, and is doing very, very well. So giving that motivational learning and saying to them, hey, look, I can help you. By the end of this week, this is what you're going to achieve. And always made sure that, I delivered. And that really, really helped with him. So, motivational feedback really, really helps. We're going to watch a little video, and this is really to understand where some of our kids come from. If they're constantly finding that they're unable to learn, if they're constantly being or noticing within their classroom that everyone around them can do it and they can't do it, how that leads sometimes to learned helplessness. And learned helplessness, of course, has a real effect on our intervention work. So let's have a little look at this video.
Biggest fear for an adolescent is written all the way throughout this text. The biggest fear of an adolescent, Jessie?
Not fitting in.
Is not fitting in. You talked about acceptance. Now, to understand how this happens and how this looks and what this feels like, I'm going to have you do an activity. This is an on-your-own activity, and just this is not to tax you. These are easy things. This is just to kind of get you feeling what we're going to go over. So everybody, if you would, take out a short piece of paper. I'm going to pass out these papers, and just keep them face down. And if you would, no one write on these, write on your own papers. Keep them face down. Yeah. Everybody have one? If you would, just do them one at a time, and I will tell you when to do them. Everybody turn it over. Just do your own work. And this isn't meant to be hard. These are anagrams. Just do the first one only. Go ahead and solve it. An anagram is rearrange the letters to form a word. Just one. Just rearrange those letters to form a word. When you're done, I need to see your hand raised. Okay, keep going. We'll wait. Keep your hands up, please. Just do number one. Don't go on. Don't go on. This isn't meant to be difficult. Okay, put your hands down. Let's just go to number two. Don't even worry about number one. Go to number two. Solve that one. Again, when you're done, I want to see your hands up. Everybody's hands down. We're going to go ahead and do number three. For number three, rearrange the letters, and as soon as you do, go ahead and put your hand up. Here's what you need to know. You were both given two different lists. This side of the room was given these three words. The left side of the room, here you go. They were given bat. What would the word be? The second one, they were given lemon. Brian, the word? Melon. Melon. They were easy. The trick here was both of you were given the third word, which was the same. The third word was cinerama, which was American. Your first two words on this side of my classroom were not solvable. They were impossible tasks. I'm sorry. I know, but here's what we did this for. I was able to induce something called learned helplessness in the left side of the room very easily within about 5 minutes. I want you to think about what happened to you, this left side of the room, when you saw the right side of the room raising their hands because they already had the task done. What happened to you during that time? Jory?
I felt stupid.
You felt stupid?
Yeah.
Okay.
I felt rushed.
Felt rushed? Joelle?
I was even more confused.
You were even more confused because they all got it and you were still struggling. Chelsea?
Frustrated.
Frustrated. What happened by the time you got to the third word? Because I'm here to tell you, this side of the room is not significantly more intelligent than this side of the room. That was a random assignment. So what happened to show the differences? Why did you have more of a difficult time with the third word, which was the exact same word? Brian?
My confidence was shot.
What you experienced was a term called learned helplessness. How many have heard of the term before? Let me see your hands. Learned helplessness is often used in the academic literature to mean what? Jory?
Basically, they fail once or can't do something one time, and then they apply that to everything in the future, so all the future applications become skewed by that learned helplessness.
And here's the thing, and this is what I want everybody to understand. It's usually only used in the academic research. You'll see it in ed psych books. You'll see it in school textbooks when they talk about learning. But I'm going to challenge us to think about how learned helplessness can actually apply to the social scene. Can someone give me an example of how that might look?
Right, I'm actually going to stop it there. But I wanted to show that video really to illustrate how the kids that come to us in intervention are often battle worn. They're kids that think that they can't learn. They've had some experiences within the classroom that, don't allow them to succeed. And so part of that motivational feedback that we need to give kids is overcoming that learned helplessness there. Right. Here is the next archerism. Perfected practice over time makes perfect and permanent. So it's all about review, isn't it? Review, 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 review. So important that we keep the review in our instruction. And so every single lesson that we start off with needs to have some sort of review. And it's not a recap from what we did yesterday. It's getting the children to retrieve that knowledge. So it's not just, right, kids, what did we learn yesterday? Oh, we learned about the CK rule. Oh, that's great. Great that you remembered. Moving on. That's not what a review is. A review is when we would say, here is CK. What sound does it make? And they have to retrieve that knowledge. And what's the spelling rule we need to remember about this? Great. Now let's do a word, and so that they are reviewing that and applying their knowledge to the review, so that you can see as a teacher and check for understanding. Right, so what sort of practice do we need to do with our kids? We need to make sure it's deliberate practice. So that is, we are deliberately practicing a skill. We need to make sure we've got retrieval practice. So that's practice where they have to retrieve the information. And we need to have spaced practice. So this is where we take the information and we space it over time. So it's not just we teach that one sound for one session, we are spacing that practice over time. I saw a thing go into the chat. Leah, the link, yes, I will provide that link there to that social science experiment. It's quite an interesting one, isn't it, to see? Tanya asked, does anyone know if there are pencil grips large enough for whiteboard markers? Good question, Tanya. I don't believe that there are. And actually, when children are having trouble with formation, it's probably better that they've got pencil and paper, actually, because the pencil provides grip and friction on the paper, which will link to, it's an audio link that links to the back of the brain as well. So yeah, pencil and paper is far better than whiteboard markers. That's not to say don't use whiteboard markers, but yeah, if children can use pencil and paper, it is far better for formation of letters. So yeah, if they're having to use pencil grips, for the formation of letters and how to hold the pencil, is probably better to use pencils and use a grip for that pencil. Okay, right. The next altruism. Predictability predicts ability. So when our lessons are nice and predictable, then we are going to get the children, there's a lot less cognitive load going on. So our lessons need to feature low variance. Now, what I mean by that is that our lessons follow the same predictable pattern every time. There is not a lot of variety in the lessons. It's a low variant lesson. And the way we do that is that most lessons will follow the same format every time. So when I'm teaching, and you'll see this on the videos online, if you see me teaching, they will follow the same lesson sequence every time. And why do I do that? Well, there are a couple of reasons why I keep that low variant teaching, why I follow the same format. First one is it allows us to keep a perky pace. And that's primarily for me as a teacher. I know what's coming up next, and so I can just plow on ahead with the lesson. Also, the kids They can keep up with the perky pace because they know what's coming. They did the same format the day before. They are able to follow the lesson sequence. And when I see you face to face in your different locations, I'm going to be doing a lot of modeling of lessons, and I will show you what that looks like and how we follow a low variant lesson sequence. Another reason why we want to have the same format every time, children feel secure in knowing what's coming next. So there's no surprises, especially for battle-worn children. They want to know what's coming up next. As a teacher, planning becomes easier because every day you're following the same sequence within the lesson. And so, it's just a matter of slotting in what sounds are you teaching, what books are you going to be using, but the actual sequence, you're not having to reinvent the wheel every day. And the last one is so that crucial elements don't get missed. If you're following the same lesson sequence every day, you are covering all the bases that you need to cover. You don't miss anything out. Right, next altruism. If you expect it, pre-correct it. This goes a little bit alongside the feedback, but it's almost, it's feedback that you're giving the children before they need it. So you need to know your students. You need to know what is it that is likely to come up as an error. And before they make that error, you give them prompts in order to pre-correct it. So think about the challenges they may face, put steps in place in advance to support them. So let's look at some practical examples of that. Here I have segmented the word hat, for instance. So with the children, I'm just going to put the video up so you can see me. Here's the word hat, and we segment the word hat. At. Now, I know that one of the kids in my group has an issue with the vowel sounds. So before they write the incorrect sound down, I'm going to pre-correct it. So here we go, at. And I would ask, what sound do you hear in the middle? And they would say, eh. And then I would say to them, show me on your book, because they write the vowels every day, or I might have a vowel strip. And I would ask them, what vowel are you going to use? So, at. What's the sound that you hear in the middle? Eh. Show me which vowel sound you are going to use. And then they show me the A, or if they do an incorrect one, we have a little chat about that, so that I'm making sure that they've got the correct vowel sound before they write it. Then we segment again, at, and then I make this sort of symbol with my hand to show I want you to write that word down. So it's about correcting things before they make the mistake. Because if they were to write down H-E-T, for instance, then they have incorrectly formed that word. So I'm actually pre-correcting it before they write the word incorrectly. So it's more of a modeling and guiding situation. Here's another example with for an older student, for instance. Let's segment the word coat. Oat. What sound do you hear in the middle? O. How will you write that sound? I'm going to be writing it OA. Why are you using OA instead of OW? Well, it's because it is in the middle of the syllable. Good. So we're just making sure that they've got the correct sound there. And then we'd segment it again, and then they would write the word. In terms of formation, if you expect it, pre-correct it. So here, write down the sound you hear at the beginning of pig. And you know that the child is going to write it like this. Of course, we want lowercase to start with. So before they write it incorrectly, I might model it to them. Say, don't forget, start in the middle of the word. In the middle of the line. And so then you'd get the correct formation. I also have this poster up on my wall. And sometimes I will use this poster to guide the students as to the correct formation. And I think I have a little example later on. I do. So just a few more slides and then I'll show you a video of where I use this. So if you know that, say they've written the J incorrectly, you might skywrite with the child the letter first. And get them to form it in the ear first before they write it down. If a child has a tendency to chop sounds like j, a, m, p, when they come to an unknown word, you might say, oh, before you decode that word, remember, slide the sounds. And so we want a sliding of those sounds together, not a chopping of the sounds. So if you are expecting incorrect technique, make sure you pre-correct it. We're going to watch this video just before lunch, and this is where I am with my intervention students, and you will see me pre-correcting and giving guidance to children so that they write down the correct response. So let me just play this for you and then we'll stop for lunch.
All right, who can tell me what's special about these letters? They are the vowel letters. Let's say the names of the letters. Ready? A, E, I, O, U. Now let's say the short sounds. Ready? A, E, I, O, A. Now let's try from the bottom up. Ready? A, O, I, E, A. Fantastic. Who thinks they can tell me what the long sounds are? Off you go. Oh, that's a short sound. What's the long sound?
A, E, I, O, U.
Fantastic. Let's say all the long sounds all together. Ready? A, E, I, O, U. Fantastic. Can you write your vowel letters along the top there for me, please? Yes, just up at the top.
A, E, I, O, U.
Fantastic. Pencil down when you're ready.
Ready.
Fantastic. Okay.
I'm done for.
Yep. Right. Okay, eyes this way, pencils down. Are you ready to listen? Ready to listen? Here we go. We're going to say the name, say what the picture is, and say the sound. And what are we going to do at the same time as say the sound?
At the same time.
We're going to skywrite. Okay, here we go. Ready? Z, zebra, Z.
I'm not doing it.
Y, yak, ye. Q, U, queen, ready? R, red, fantastic. Right, in the first column, let's do sounds we already know. Can you please write B for me? Remember? Straight line and around. Good.
How do you do a bit?
Looking. Put your fingers up in the air.
Down. I made a dip by mistake. Like this?
Fantastic.
I made a
No,
dip by
that's fine. That's
mistake.
fine.
This ring
Okay,
is
next
tricky.
one. Can you write
Like this?
Good.
You have to write. I thought you said
Well done.
M.
No, not but
Does you have to write the letter?
Okay,
for
next
no?
one. Let's write G.
No.
G. G. Remember when you are writing G, that it goes under the line.
I did it.
Yay! So pleased. Next one. Let's write O. O. What's special about O?
Oh.
It's
Oh.
vowel letter. Great.
I said it first.
Right, next one.
No,
Let's
I don't.
do listening. Let's do
Straight line, then over down.
fantastic.
I did a perfect
Watch my
one.
fingers because I'm going to remind you. We're going to do zzz. Let's skywrite it together. What way first?
This way, this way, this way. I did it
Perfect.
already.
Good remembering. Can you write zzz for me, please?
This way. Like this.
Good.
You don't need it.
Right, next one. Let's do P. Remember, P goes under the line.
Here,
Goes
like
under
this.
the line. That's it. Perfect. P for
Done.
perfect. Great. And the last one we're going to do today is...
Just.
Remember? Start at the
Oh,
top.
yeah.
Good
Like
boy, you
this.
remembered.
I did a
Can you
small
do
one.
P for me?
Done.
Right, and when you
Paper
finish,
straight.
fold your arms.
Okay, so there you could see where I was pre-correcting some of those, misformed letters. They were ones that I knew that that particular group needed some support with. So I used that poster at the back there to just remind children, or sometimes we would skywrite a letter, make sure we're going the right way before we incorrectly write it down on the paper. So we've got probably about 2 minutes for questions. Has anyone got anything they'd like to say or ask before we break for lunch? I can see one in the chat.
The resources that you were showing there, have you got them for sale?
Yeah, they are on my website. Yeah.
Thank you.
Where do you have your plan? So you can see it. Oh, it's right next to me. You can't, it's off the side of the screen, but it is actually to the left-hand side of me there.
Marianne, I wonder if you can just share with us your thoughts around teaching sounds and letters and both, and what you perceive to be the best way for cognitive load for some of our students.
So you mean in terms of the name of the letter and the sound?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like I was saying before, the best to reduce that cognitive load is really around making sure we keep the minimal scripting. And so when I'm doing a sound pack as well, that I focus on the letter name, and then I would name the picture on my sound card, and I've deliberately in the sound pack chosen small one-syllable words, so it's a little bit easier to hear the start of the word. So like kite, we can hear that starts with a k. So we say the name of this, that gets our mouth ready to say the sound. And while I'm saying the sound, I skywrite. So I'm focusing in on the name of the letter, the sound of the letter, and the formation of the letter every time I do my sound pack. Is that what you were meaning?
Yeah, it was. And I'm just curious, like I've experienced kids where they're really confused between a letter and a sound and a word. And I know that they could often have a language disorder. So I was thinking in terms of cognitive load? Should we just be teaching the sound first? Like, I haven't done a lot of research around that, but yeah.
Yep, for some children, you do need to focus on sound. And so adding in all those layers is quite difficult. But I found that really at the beginning of my teaching, but I have found by keeping it the same process for each letter, that they can hold that name, sound, information there. I have seen, I was actually talking with a teacher the other day and I said, oh, I'm going to use that technique. So I haven't used it on my own children intervention, but she was talking about how do you explain the difference between a letter name and a letter sound. And the activity she did with children, I'd love to hear your thoughts about this, but I thought, oh, I wonder if this would work. And she was explaining to the child how we have a name, like my name is Marianne, but I can make a sound as well. And so she had a group of 5 children and she got them all to choose a sound. So like it might be bebop or whatever sound, and then she would say, right, your name is Marianne, what sound do you make? And she found that really useful in talking about the letter name is that's what we call that letter, but the sound it makes is, whatever sound it was. So I would love to know if that works with children.
So I'm going to jump in back, Marianne. I don't want to hog the spotlight. I had a discussion with Rachel Cooper, and if you know who Rachel is, she runs the YouFly page, and she said that she'll use animals. So the name is cow, and the sound it makes is moo. And
great idea.
That really resonated with me for our little kids who are confused.
Yeah, absolutely. Same concept, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, absolutely. All right, I think we might just break for lunch there. If you think of things during lunchtime, then come and back onto the chat and we will talk about it. Leah, I've just spotted your comment. I'll talk about that straight after lunch as well. So let's break for half an hour. So it gives us a good chance to have something to eat. Let's come back at 1:10 and then we will carry on. Does that sound all right for everyone? Wonderful. All right, we will see you then. 1:10, everyone. Wonderful. All right. So, yes, if you expect it, pre-correct it is where we left off last time. The next archerism, of course, is avoid the void, for they will fill it. And this is really talking about the pace that we keep the lesson. Dr. Anita Archer is famous for using the phrase, keep a perky pace. And that's really about making sure our lessons keep moving and that we go as fast as we can without losing the children, of course. So keep a perky pace. This helps to keep undesirable behavior to a minimum. We can get more review or learning can take place. And students also get the message that learning is purposeful. So, and that's really what we're doing when we avoid things like, oh, how'd your weekend go? And what did you get up to? And all that sort of thing. As soon as they sit down, we are straight into the learning. And we continue that pace right through the lesson. I'm going to show you another little video of me teaching my intervention students, and you will see an example of this perky pace.
This for you. Okay, grab yourself a pencil. Nice and quick. Fantastic. Great stuff. Okay, before we do any writing, can you tell me what are the 5 vowel letters? Great. So first of all, tell me what the letters are. They are A, E, I, O, U.
That's the long vowels.
They're the long vowels. What are the short vowels?
A, E,
O, A. Fantastic. Write them into your first box.
Yeah.
Yep. Say them as you write them.
And sometimes a Y.
And sometimes a Y. Good girl.
Yeah, we had to write a Y.
Yes. Great stuff. Okay, into this box we're going to write some heart words that you've already learnt. Today I would like you to write her.
Her. Her.
Good. Fantastic. Can you write R? R.
Yeah.
Yep, and the next one. Great. Next one. Can you do two? Like the one that means also.
I want to go
two.
Two.
Okay, good. Wonderful. Great stuff. Okay, in the first column we're going to write some sounds that we all really know. Can you please write flossy?
Flossy. Here. Right here.
In the first column. Yep. Flossy. Good. When would I use that one?
After short vowel.
Just wait.
After a short vowel.
After a short vowel at the end of a
word.
At the end of a syllable. Yeah. At the end of a syllable. Great. Can you please write flossy? Flossy.
It's like a. It's almost like 11.
It does look like 11. Okay,
yeah,
next
it looks
one.
like 11.
Right, listening, using your ears. Flossy. And Flossie, what's the last Flossie letter?
I did them all.
Good. Wonderful, good. Okay, listening now. Listening. Right, another sound I would like you to write, please, is K. I would like you to use the K that goes with I and E. Down here. Which one goes with I and E?
And Mrs. Brown, if you do that, you can do a line, and then right there, and then a circle.
Right.
Do we put it here?
Yes. Yep.
I can't forget.
Which one? Are you listening?
K.
Are you listening? Which one goes with the I and the E? K. Good. I would like you to put the K sound that comes after a short vowel at the end of a syllable. How would we write that one?
C-K.
Wonderful. Write it down.
Yeah, I can do it.
Yep,
Do we need to write?
Pencils for you. Okay, grab your.
Okay, so just stopping that video there. So you can see that perky pace, all right? We're moving from one thing into the next there. You know, I've seen that video a lot of times, and I've just noticed that child, I don't know if you saw it there on the left, the right hand side, had written the word "are" incorrectly. So obviously that day I wasn't observing very well, and I should have corrected that. But yeah, anyway, but that's an example of perky pace. We're just moving on to the next thing there. Right, the next altruism, teach with passion, manage with compassion. And I think all of us, if you're in intervention, you kind of got to have a heart for this, don't you? Always be enthusiastic about what you are teaching. And the second part of that is build up the relationships outside the classroom. So part of that, of course, is if you happen to be on duty, you know, try and connect with those intervention students that you have. When you see them in the morning, walking across the school, greet them and build up those relationships. They're the times when we can be saying, hey, what'd you get up to in the weekend? And tell me that, you know, and build up that relationship, really. I always love it. As soon as I walk across the school, I always hear choruses of, hi, Mrs. Brown, as I'm walking. And it's often my intervention students who want to race up and come and either give you a hug or have a little chat with you. And it's about building up that relationship with the children. Also teaching with passion, being enthusiastic about the learning, and encouraging, smiling, all those sort of things. And the managing with compassion, of course, is all around if a child is feeling upset, that of course we deal with that. And a lot of that is, common sense teacher type stuff. So we've had a look at all these archaisms down the side. And I don't know if you have this poster. I actually got mine directly from Anita Archer, but it's worth Googling Anita Archer's archaisms. And this is the poster that gets used. It's worth printing it out and having it somewhere in your intervention space, just as a reminder for some of those explicit teaching techniques that we need to remember. Now, what I want you to do is to cast your eye over that list of archaisms, and I'm going to put you into a breakout space. And I want you to have a quick chat around which archaism is sticking out for you. Which one really speaks to you, or which one is the one that you think actually that's something that I need to really keep in mind, because I want to shift my practice. So cast your eye over that list, and then I'll get some breakout rooms organized. Where have my breakout rooms disappeared to? Hang on 1 second. Oh, there they are. Okay, we'll see you in a few minutes. Sorry, some of you weren't assigned, so I'm doing that now. Joe and Cheryl, are you in a room? Okay, great that you are all coming back. I'll just share the slides again. Wonderful. I think everyone is just about back. Great. Okay. So I hope that some of those archaisms really stuck out for you, and that you've had a little talk about which one is really, really important for you to remember. I find it's a really good summary of all the things that we need to think about in terms of explicitly teaching our students. Right, we are going to move on to sorry, there's the slide for the breakout Zoom, but we're now going to move on to how to create a supportive learning environment. So this is some of the more practical side of things. Here is a picture of my intervention room. I am going to play this video so you can have a good look around the room. Some of the things that you will see in terms of my room is I try and keep it friendly looking, a little bit colourful. There are some posters on the wall that you'll see behind my teaching station. Now, they are not for classroom decoration. Those posters are actually the posters that I teach with. And so those posters all day, every day are coming on and off the wall. Hence why some of them are looking a little bit, on an angle. That it's not for classroom decoration. It is, as I teach each rule, I pull the poster off the wall and I teach using that poster. Then it goes back up on the wall. And I'm referencing those posters every day. So in terms of decoration, yeah, not a whole lot, but it is more about the learning that I'm directing children to. The other extra bits that you see there, I also take the ESOL students in that room, so that's why you'll see some stories up on hanging from the wire, and there are maps and things like that. And all those picture books that you see there, that's to do with my ESOL stuff. The other thing you'll see as I pan around the room, you'll see my books are right there at hand, and all my other materials are at hand as well. So let me play the video. You'll also hear music in the background. That is music that I do play while I have the students there. It's a little bit louder on the video so that you can hear it, but normally I have it very soft, and I always make sure that any music I play, that it's enhancing to the environment and it has no lyrics, because as soon as we introduce lyrics, that adds to cognitive load. So just try and have more background soothing music as opposed to actually playing music. So here we go. And the question that I get asked most of the time, of course, is that poster that you see on the right-hand side. That poster there with all the letters back to front, that's actually what it looks like in the class. And it is not back to front because of the camera. It is actually in real life back to front. And that is because as the children are sitting at my table, I'm looking up and above their heads at that poster. That poster tells me a couple of things. First of all, I've arranged the letters according to the scope and sequence that I use. So the one that I was using at Central Normal, we use the Little Learners Love Literacy. So you'll see there those top row of letters, that was stage 1. Stage 2 is underneath, stage 3, stage 4. So I've got those letters there. I can straight away see which letter is in which stage. The other reason why they are backwards, you will see that you've got dots on there. That tells me where I start the letter, and it's backwards because when I'm skywriting, I'm of course modeling the letter backwards to the student. So I have that up there in order to be able to remember what way some of the letters go. For instance, like the S, that's quite hard to think of back to front. And even like the B and the D, sometimes, you can easily get confused. The Z is another one which you kind of need that visual prompt. Now, some of you have requested the basic sound pack as the sound pack that you will receive from me. When you get that basic sound pack, which looks like this with the pictures on the back, you will see that it has got the mirrored, so it's got the actual handwriting, and then it's got the mirrored handwriting. Because I'm holding it in the camera, it's the other way around, but you can see how one is the right way and the other one is the wrong way. That's so you as a teacher, if you're holding up the card, you can see what way to form that letter. Okay, so you've got all that backwards writing there for you on the card. But you'll get to see that when I come and see you face to face, of course. So yeah, that's what my intervention room looks like. Perhaps over the next few weeks, it would be quite cool if we could have some people emailing what their intervention room looks like. Just take a photo of it and maybe some things that you found really helpful, and I'll collate all of those together, and it might be a bit of a mood board, for want of a better word, for everyone. They can sort of see what different intervention spaces look like. Right. Of course, I'm very aware that some of you might not have an intervention space of your own. And my advice to you would be to go and have a chat with your management. That's what I had to do. I was for quite a number of years stuck in the back of the storeroom amongst the books, amongst the teacher junk, amongst everything else. And it was something my son said to me one day that has really made me quite passionate about having a space where you can bring intervention children to. And what he said to me was, "Mum, why is it that I have to spend most of my day sitting out in the corridor, or sometimes when there's no space in the corridor to work with the teacher, we have to go into the staff room?" And that is so embarrassing, because he says, "I don't like being in the staff room," because that's the only space they had. So it's really made me think about how we perhaps value our intervention students. They're already battle worn. They're already dealing with a whole lot of other things, and making a space that's warm, inviting, set up for their learning, I think is just so important. So if you don't have a space like this that you can set up, go talk to your management and talk about the importance of being able to set something like this up. It's worth having that conversation. I did, and then I was assigned this room, and I was able to make it so that I had all my materials at hand. When I first started at the school, they suggested that I go around all the classrooms in a suitcase, and I'm sure you've all been told that before. And my response to that was, well, if you really want me to do that, that's fine. But you need to understand that out of the 30 minutes that I have with each group, it's going to take me at least 3 minutes to walk from class to class. It will take me another 2 minutes to unpack my suitcase to have the materials ready. And in order for me to walk to the next class, I'm going to have to pack up my suitcase at the end. So, it's probably about 10 minutes all up. So you happy for me every half an hour to not be teaching for 10 minutes? And then it was like, oh, actually, yeah, you're wasting a whole lot of time, right? So it's about keeping that perky pace, but it's also perky pace for me, that I'm getting as much teaching in as possible. So do have that conversation with your management if you haven't got a space. Right, so creating the atmosphere, it's all about having the materials on hand. Use some learning posters from the wall. If you're wanting some learning posters, I do have some on my website that has, there's a poster pack, and it's got all the spelling rules, for the initial part of the code there. we're going to look at some of those tomorrow. Not tomorrow, on Monday, next Monday. Make your room friendly looking. Make it a place where kids want to go. The back of the storeroom is not it. And if that's really the only space that you've got in your school, ask whether you can at least make one corner of it for your intervention space, make it look friendly. And make sure if you are going to play any music that you don't have any lyrics and that it's nice, soft, soothing music. I can send you screenshots of some of the playlists that I use if that's what you want. We've got a question. Along those lines, hints in getting the children to the intervention room in time. Yes. Apart from asking teachers to have alarms on their phone, I lose time ringing classrooms when the child doesn't arrive. Absolutely. I've been there. I don't rely on teachers to come to remember to send the children. I use two methods. One is that as I'm dismissing one group, as they're leaving out the door, I grab my phone and I start ringing for the children that I need. And I've got the teachers in a routine that they pick up the phone and I just say, I need, Sarah, for instance, and then I hang up the phone and they know where that it's time for that child to go. The other thing I will do is sometimes I will walk to the classroom to get that child, particularly if I've been sitting all day. I need to do a bit of walking myself. Or I'll go to the first class, get the first child, and I'll say to that child, you go get Mania, for instance, I will go get John. And that's a quicker way of getting those kids. But yeah, I don't rely on the teachers to set the alarms because you get kids arriving too early, which you don't want either, because they're going to interrupt that group. And secondly, they never arrive on time. Oh, brilliant, Sarah. Good idea. Bring the class, hold on for 3 rings, then hang up, and that's their cue to come. There's lots of different ways to do it, but yeah, I don't rely on the teachers to remember because they're busy. They haven't got time to do all that. Right. Okay. Some other things I have in my class, I have these lovely cushion spots where we do a lot of fluency work within our intervention space. And so often the children, I like to use fluency pairs, but I do have some children who do not like to read out loud to another child or even read to me. So initially when they come into my room and they're a child that does not want to read, I'll say that's totally fine. I have these teddy bears. They sit on a spot and they just read to the teddy bear. And of course, I'm listening in and can hear them read. But yeah, I do use teddy bears quite a bit for them to read too. Whoops, I think I pushed the wrong button. Another practical thing that I use are whisper phones. Again, this is a thing that I can use to encourage automaticity and for them to practice their expression. Really recommend you either making some of these. It's basically just a pipe with 2 elbows on it. Or once again, not advertising for Temu, but they're $1.26 on Temu and they look even cooler than these ones. So get yourself a set. They are really, really good for that practicing of the fluency of the text. Also encourages quiet reading, which is quite good. And the kids absolutely love them. These are some of the other things that I think are quite good to get. I've got some essential things there on the left. and some nice to haves on the right. I will go through some of these in some of the slides, so I won't keep this list up for very long, but you will have it in your notes to refer back to. So let's have a look at some of these things. Under essentials, the first thing, of course, is have a scope and sequence. This is like, you can't do intervention work without a scope and sequence, right? So you'll be following probably the scope and sequence that your school is using, and it's the plan, right? It's what we're teaching the children and in the order we're doing it. There are a number of scopes and sequences out there. On the left there, you can see the Little Learners Love Literacy scope and sequence. On the right there, you've got the BSLA, or the ones that match with the Phonics Plus books. On the left, I know some of you are using the Sunshine books, so there's the scope and sequence for that. And there's the Phonics International scope and sequence as well, which I know some teachers are using. The thing is, all of these scopes are the same. If you look at all of the letters that are being taught over the scopes and sequences, they're the same. The difference between the scopes and sequences is really the sequence that differs. And so it's the order in which we teach these sounds that might be a little bit different. For instance, if you look at Kākano 3, you've got the CK, TH, CH, SH, and the NG in there, which come at a different time to the Little Learners Love Literacy, because Little Learners, they do the floss letters before getting into those digraphs. And you can see there at Tupu 1, you've got the floss there. So there's a slightly different order, which of course means that we can't really mix scopes and sequences very well, which is a real pain sometimes, isn't it? But it is what it is. A lot of the scopes and sequences they differ because it's a dumb reason, really. It's because of copyright. They can't copy each other. But yeah, it would be great if we all had one scope and sequence, but the horse has already bolted. Schools have already invested money into the scope and sequence they're using, and so yeah, nobody's likely to chuck all that out in order to follow a different one. But yeah, it is what it is. But yeah, we need to be following a scope and sequence. Some other essential things is, of course, you need some decodable books. And you need decodable books that match your scope and sequence. So if the scope and sequence that you're doing is Little Learners, you use those books. If you're doing Sunshine, scope and sequence, use Sunshine, etc., etc. What we did do at Central Normal is we follow Little Learners Love Literacy, but we use sometimes the ministry decodables as well. But what we did is we went through every single book and had a look at the Little Learners scope and sequence, and to read that ministry book, what would be the highest stage, Little Learners stage, that a child would need to be at in order to read that book. And then we wrote that stage number on the front of the ministry decodable books. So that we have slotted those books into the scope and sequence that we use. So you can mix materials, but you've got to be very, very careful that you mix them in terms of every single word that a child sees on that decodable text, they are able to read. And I'm particularly talking about in the intervention space. Within the classroom, of course, there might be a little bit more mixing because we're wanting children to have some more rich texts. But in the intervention space, I think it's really important that we make sure that the books are actually decodable for the students. For those of you who work with older students, there's a number of really good books out there that support older readers. So here's an example, like the Moondog series. This is where the text is still decodable. It's of a more simpler text, but the pictures reflect the age that the kids might be. So really, really good for like your older year 5, 6 readers, etc. Are you able to share the levels that match with the Little Learners Love Literacy Scope and Sequence? I might be able to find it for you, Carla, and then I can share that document with you. Okay. Right. So yeah, they're really good. Other ones that are around, we've got the Talisman series, of course. There's That Dog. I find that the best place to buy these are at Smart Kids. They've got a really good range of older decodable text. So yeah, the website's called Smart Kids, or have a look at the Learning Matters website. They've got a whole lot of really good decodable range of older decodable texts. And if anyone knows other places where you can buy older decodable text, pop it in the chat and people can write those places down to have a good look. What's really great about these older books, of course, really marketed towards boys, older boys. You can see the pictures inside. Yeah, just appeal to that range of kids, right? And depending on whether, how far down the scope and sequence they are or their level of reading, there are older decodable books that will match those. So another essential thing that you are going to need, of course, are some assessment tools. This is the assessment tools that I use, which match with the Little Learners, of course. So a range of tools. So you've got your grapheme phoneme knowledge and unseen decodable text there on the right. I'm not going to talk too much about these because when I see you face to face, we're going to be diving into all of the assessment and really, really looking at that. But I just wanted to show you a few options. There's the sunshine ones. That's what they look like. So again, similar sort of things. They've got a grapheme phoneme assessment there on the left. You've got some sort of reading activity there, or some record of reading. Other assessments you might use a phonemic awareness assessment. Highly recommend the Liz Kane literacy one. That's quite a good one. Just make sure it's the newer version. The old version had, I think it was 10 questions for the beginning phonemic awareness. It has been updated and it's now only 4 questions. And that's really to reflect the difference in research and our different understanding of what's the most important part we need to be assessing. And that's phonemic awareness, not phonological awareness, but phonemic awareness. So if we think of the two together, phonological awareness is the kind of umbrella overarching type of awareness, and phonemic awareness is a subset of phonological awareness. So under phonemic awareness, we're looking at, can a child identify the first sound and the last sound in a word? And then can they blend sounds together and can they segment sounds? And so that's really what we want to be assessing. Whereas in the past, we also used to add things like, can they rhyme? Can they identify how many words in a sentence? But what we found and what the research really shows us is that phonemic awareness is really what needs to be developed in order to begin reading. So that's why the new test or the new assessment has been changed to reflect that. Another type of phonemic awareness, Emanana, the lovely Emanana, Sounds Foundation for Literacy, there on the right. She's also got a phonological awareness skill check, and her one has probably more of the phonological awareness skills, of which you will see that there are some phonemic awareness skills in there. But yeah, there are a number on the market or available. These ones are free, of course, to download. But yeah, it is an essential part of the teaching and the assessing. Okay, the next essential thing, a sound pack. Very, very important. This is going to help with teaching, but also with that daily review with the students. Again, there are a number on the market. Top left, you've got the Learning Matters sound pack, which might be of interest to you. Down the bottom there, we have got, bottom left, we've got the Little Learners one, the Chitter Chatter Chants. In the middle, some of you may have done MESAL or OG training. That's that one there is in particular from the OG training. And on the right there, we have got the ministry provided ones, which when I look at all of these sound packs, I can't believe I'm saying this, but that one's actually probably for the teacher of the most use because it's got some teaching on the back, which is really, really helpful. So yeah, that's a good option. The only thing I think is a real shame is that the font that they have used for the sound pack is not following the handwriting curriculum that the ministry have put out. So I don't know why they did that, but it was a real, real shame. The other thing is that there is some research to suggest that good clear photos are more easily for students, particularly with visual impairment, to be able to see. I've had people question that before, but yeah, I think a good photo is, a realistic photo is quite a good idea to sort of be thinking about. It's related to research on iconography, which is another whole field, but yeah. So yeah, they're not too bad. I think though what you need to do is choose a sound pack, particularly for our intervention kids where there's not a lot of visual clutter, because we're dealing with children that we need to reduce that cognitive load, but they may also be children that have some visual impairment issues. So on that, I want to show you the sound pack that I have created with all of this in mind. And it's really come about after 10 years of teaching an intervention and thinking about the sort of things that I'd really like in a sound pack, and making it relevant to our New Zealand learners. Primarily through the use of the font that we use on the sound pack. All of these, except for the ministry ones, all of these other ones are produced overseas. Well, Learning Matters isn't, but the font again isn't reflective of how we teach the font. But particularly like the Little Learners, there are issues with the font there. Like particularly like the F is one of those letters where they do a real curl. And for our intervention students, that can add that, the extra stuff that they don't need. So as part of your training for this course, of course, you're going to get a free sound pack. Some of you have chosen the basic sound pack, and some of you have chosen the advanced sound pack. So I just want to talk a little bit about the features of those, and why I have put them into the sound pack. So if you've chosen the basic sound pack, you'll notice that in the basic sound pack you get all the pictures with the letters. Sorry, I'm just reaching in to try and grab an example of a card. Just turn the video on again. So this is an example of the advanced sound pack where we just have the letters. We don't have a picture to go with it. So it's just on the basic sound pack you have pictures to go with it. You'll see there that the letter is formed using the New Zealand handwriting font. So this is what the curriculum says, how we need to form the letters. So I think it's really helpful that the children are looking at what those letters are supposed to look like. You'll see a yellow dot to start the formation of the letter as well. On the back of the card, you'll see the other picture there. That's what the back of the card looks like. At the top, you've got the what to say with each card. So in this case, it's D, duck, D. And then you'll see that little writing there, that's the teaching points, how I teach the D sound. Going right down to the bottom, you'll see the handwriting formation with some minimal scripting down the bottom there. And that's just as a prompt to reduce that cognitive load, not heaps and heaps of instructions as we form the letters. Going to the bottom right hand, there's the mirrored backwards writing where if you're holding up the card, you can form the letter. And then above it, you'll see a QR code. Now that QR code is on quite a few of the cards. That links to if you scan it, it will link to a video of me actually teaching that sound. So you get the knowledge, you get the things to think about with the teaching of that sound and how to best teach it, basically. You'll see two half circles there. If it is a vowel letter, even though D isn't a vowel letter, but I've used it as an example, that indicates it's a vowel letter. And then the top semicircle is what you can colour in or write in, and you mark where it fits into your scope and sequence. So if you look at the D, in Little Learners Love Literacy, for instance, it comes in at stage 2, which we call the red stage. So I would colour that semicircle in red. But you may have kākano, is it 2? I think it comes in. So you might write that in that semicircle. So you do that when you get your sound pack, align it to your scope and sequence where everything goes. That way, when you hold all your cards and you want to sort all your cards really quickly, like, oh, I need all the cards that are in kākano 3, for instance, you can easily pull them all out. So it's a way of easily sorting out all your cards. Why isn't there a visual or photo on the advanced pack? Good question, Francis. The reason why they're on the basic sound pack is because the sound comes at the start of the photo. So it's D for duck. whereas the all the other sounds, if I just turn on the video so that when I'm recording it, people can see. For instance, this one has got 3 different sounds, so it's hard to have 3 different pictures. Also, the sound is not really represented by a picture because it will occur in the middle of a sound. So I haven't deliberately done pictures for the advanced sound pack, but particularly like this one, you'll see that it's got 3 semicircles. That's because in different scopes and sequences, this sound will occur in 3 separate places because it has 3 different sounds. And so you just mark in where they come into your scope and sequence, each one. For instance, if I hold that up a bit closer, and I know it's backwards, sorry, but EA says the long E sound. You're right, where that comes into your scope and sequence. EA says the short E sound. You know, where does that come in your scope and sequence? And EA also says the long A sound. And so you mark that in. And there's a QR code to talk about those sounds. And you've got all the teaching going down there. Okay. So you'll be able to have a little play when you get your sound pack. Right. Okay, so we're actually going to do the sound pack together. I'm just going to stop sharing for a moment because I want the full screen where I'm speaking, and we're going to go through the basic sound pack. So, how do I make it that I'm the person in the main screen? Does anybody know how I do that? View. Speaker. I think that's working. Not quite sure. Okay, I'm going to hold out the sound pack. I know you're all on mute, but I do want you to out loud say the sound, and I'll say the sound as well. I do this just so that we're all on the same page as what the sounds are. Okay, so here we go. Zzz. Rrr. T. Mm. Ps. L. Mm. D. Had to look which way it was round. G. V. A. S. Like a breath. Now, this is the one that I often hear teachers get a little bit mixed up with. It's not y and it's not ye. The sound, it's actually a soft sound in the back of the throat, and it makes this sound. Ye. Okay? Ye. And that's why I've deliberately picked the yak, because the Y at the beginning of a word will want to weld itself to the vowel it sits next to. And that's often why teachers will put on that sound or the E sound at the end. And it's why I've picked a object that has got a eh after it, because we don't often want to say yeah. So it's helpful to hear that Y sound at the start. Yak. You can hear that sound there. J. B. W. This is the other one that teachers often get a bit mixed up on. It's not qu, because can you hear that on the end of it? We want to take off any vowel sounds. Now, the way I remember this one, is I say the word queen. Now, if you say the word queen, you do not hear an sound in there. It is not the queen. And if we actually have a look at how we write the sound, when we have a Q by itself, which we don't have in the English language, but a Q by itself will actually make a K sound. So it makes a K sound. And you'll hear this at the end of the word antique. You can hear that K sound that it will make. And the U has its Old English roots, has a link to the W. And when a U is welded to a Q, it will make a W sound. And of course, the W sound is woo. So to say this sound, I have to think of a K and a W. Woo, cool, cool. That's the sound. Cool. Queen. And you can hear it there. Queen. Some people say it sounds a little bit like a pigeon, that sound. But be careful because I have heard teachers morph that into a cool sort of sound, but it's more of a cool sound. Okay, so it's not like a cuckoo sort of sound, it's cool. So that's for queen. Most of the others I'm sure you know. E, O, I, A, and K. So for some of you, there might be a few little tweaks in there. I am thinking about putting a video together soon that teachers can use for all the sounds. So keep your eyes out for that. That is coming very shortly. When I say shortly, anything up to a month or two, because I'm very busy. Right. So yeah, that's the sound pack there. That's the basic sound pack. And we will eventually get through the whole sound pack, but little bits at a time. So using a sound pack is very important every day for the production of sound. So other things that I do to create the atmosphere, I use on the left some little pointers for the children to use. I have a whole lot of gimmicky stuff basically. It allows the children to get a little bit excited when they come to my room. And one thing they absolutely love are these things here. Oops, sorry. Let's try that again. Okay, they are my magnetic counters. They've got a little band of metal around them, and you have one of those magnetic wands to lift them up. I use it as a sort of a gimmicky thing, but actually the real reason why I use them is to keep that perky pace. When I want the kids to pick up all the counters really quickly, because we're about to do the speed words again, then they quickly wand them up, put them in their hand, and we're ready to go again, rather than individually picking up all those counters. So it's more around keeping the perky pace rather than it's a fun thing to use. But yeah, they are great. You can purchase them from bingo places. There's a bingo place in Hamilton online, or yeah, once again, sorry, but Temu, a lot cheaper. But yeah, it's up to you where you want to buy them from. The other thing I use quite a bit is my Flashbot. And I use it in two ways. I've got cards that I've made. You'll see those on my website. And I use these for decoding and encoding. So I'll play the little video and you'll see what I mean. So I use that in two ways. One is you would have seen first that I have the picture of the ball. I will show the picture to the children and they have to write or segment the sounds they can hear and write down the word. And then I put it, of course, into the flashbot and then they check their word that they've written with the answer to see if they've got it right. The other way I will use it is they read the word like in fizz, and then we put it through the flashbot to see if the picture matches the word that they thought it was. So they're the sort of fun things that kids really enjoy using. Okay. So we're going to move on to motivating students. It is more than just bribery and corruption, although I have been known to use both of those things as well from time to time. Right, so ideas for motivating students in your intervention room. It's really important to tell them why they're with you. Sometimes it's a conversation with the kids in terms of, hey, look, you're coming to see me because both you and I know that you're a little bit behind in your reading, but don't worry, I know how to help you. And before you know it, you're going to be reading the same as all the other kids in your class. Okay, so sometimes, particularly with older students, you have to be a bit sensitive about this and know your students. But I have sometimes shown their assessment results to them and shown them how they have some gaps and that it's my job to help them fill those gaps. And so that they need to work with me in order to fill those gaps. And then once we get going, I show them how intervention is working for them regularly. Just like with Oscar, I said to him, you know, look, by the end of this week, you're going to learn another new 2 words. And as soon as he achieved that, I said to him, see how it's working? It's really working for you. And, you know, you're going to get there really, really quickly because there's nothing wrong with your brain. You know, I've got the things that is needed to help you. And yeah, I just keep showing them how intervention is working for them, proving to them, hey, this is really working. And that seems to have that sort of intrinsic motivation for children. I also build the culture within the school. This is really, really important. You want to set up all the classrooms so that when you walk in, you know, I say things out loud like, oh, who's the lucky student that gets to come with me today? Oh, we're going to have such fun today. And I have found just by building that culture within the school, that children get very excited about coming to see me. And I, yeah, just try and make it fun and things like that and make it as a privilege to come and see Mrs. Brown in her reading room. If you want to motivate students, make it fast-paced. That's that perky pace again. If things are going at a perky pace, of course, they haven't got time to think about how they're bored. And, of course, make it fun. Use gimmicky things, use whatever you need to in order to make it fun. Use games, use toys, all sorts of things to motivate students. One thing I love using are pop-up toys, especially for review. And there are, you know, I just buy these at Kmart and at Farmers. There's all sorts of ones out there. And I find they're really, really good for the review part of the lesson or for at the end of the lesson when I want to just review and consolidate the learning that we have done. And all of these pop-up things have got a number of things that you have to do in order to make the toy pop up or, you know, in terms of the pig, his whole stomach expands out, and all of a sudden, his clothes, his vest comes flying off. And the kids absolutely love it. I'm going to show you a little video where I am using this at the end of a session with some children. I've spent a couple of days with them. They have learnt, you'll see those two heart words at the top, I and my, and they have learnt 3 sounds, the M, the S, and the A. And that session there with those children, I had just shown them how to slide some sounds together, sliding those 3 sounds to read those 3 words there. So at the end of the session, I just want to make sure that things are consolidated. And so I use my bear in a cave to help do that. So have a look.
Right, here I've got my teddy bear. He's asleep in the cave. And in here there's a little wee door that if we open it up, we can see his tummy and we can give his tummy a poke. Now, to poke his tummy, we're going to have a go at reading some of the words and the sounds we already know. All right, so here we've got our heart words. Here we've got the sounds that we've already learnt. And here are some words using those sounds. All right, so would you like to have the first turn? What sound does this one make? Good. What sound does this one make? And what's special about a?
Vowel.
It's a vowel letter. Well done. All right, your turn. What's this word? Well done. This heart word?
Mine.
Good. This word?
S.
Well done. Great stuff. Okay, this word?
Sam.
Wonderful. This heart word? Oh, do you think he's going to go soon? Are we going to wake him up? This word? Wonderful. Great decoding. This sound? Great. Oh, and up he pops and you've woken him up from the cave. Well done.
Am I hitting?
Pop him back asleep.
Okay, so it's just a little review at the end, but it is a motivating way to do that. Oh, it says the video hasn't started yet. Can you just show me, please, with a thumbs up whether you saw the video? Okay, good. Wonderful. Not sure what happened there, Leah. Hopefully you could see that video. Okay, so yeah, I use things like that really to keep that motivation up. I find if I link it to a game or an activity that they're more likely to engage as learners there. Sometimes I will use it for children who don't want to read a book. And I'll say, after every sentence, you get to poke the bear until it, pops up. So it's just little motivation, things like that. Give them a reason to read or review. Right. On my website, there are also a lot of games that you might be interested in. These are games, I know a lot of you have got them already, but these are games that really support beginner readers and are really good for reinforcing different concepts. In every single game I have got, there's a real purpose to them. For instance, that one on the left, Apples and Undies, that game there is for CVC words, but it's if a child has got a confusion with the A and the A. And so all the words will have either a in them or an A. And that's a real fun game. It's probably my most popular game. Of course, having undies in it, what kid doesn't like that? Yeah, it really practices that skill. Those other ones you see there are like shapes right on the right-hand side. That is for practicing the silent E words. Real or fake at the top, that one is all about practicing sliding of sounds, but also works on developing vocab. So yeah, that's a really good one for that. And in the space race and the go to the zoo, they are really practicing sounds at a specific point in the scope and sequence. I've been doing intervention for about 10 years now. I actually have about 110 different games, of which I have about 60 for sale on the website. And they come as a digital resource, and so you can print them off, and if a piece goes missing or you want to print it off again, you can do so. So that's why I've made them as a digital resource. And there's heaps on there. Have a look if you're interested in that. I've tried to make them really, really cheap. They work out at around $5 a game. And they come in packs of 5 or 6, I think. Yeah. All right. So in terms of using games, if you're going to use games, make sure that they reinforce the diagram that's being learnt, or reinforce the concept that you're trying to teach. And that, like with this game, which I'm about to show you, the words have got the diagram that we're practicing in for practice. So here you can see on the back of the cards, we've got the sh sound. And so all the words we're practicing, of course, have got that sound. Now, the reason why I use games in intervention is because I have found, not all children, but a good portion of kids, they don't like looking at banks of words and then just reading words, even though I do that sometimes. But I find that I can do far more reading and go at a quicker pace when I use a game. Now I'm going to show you this video. It's called Shh, Don't Wake the Baby. Very, very simple game. Basically, the child picks up a card. If they can read the card, they get to keep it. And at the end, whoever has the most cards is the winner. Now, if you pick up the card with the baby on it, that means that you've woken up the baby and all your cards have to go back into the middle. So it's what I call a hard luck game. You know, hard luck, you got the baby card, has to go back in the middle. Now, one thing that you'll see me do is keep the perky pace of the lesson. And this is that last point. Minimize turn taking to maximize the learning. So you'll see we are not going around each child saying, right, it's your turn to pick a card and the rest of us wait. And now it's your turn to pick a card and the rest of us wait. I want as many words as possible read within the 1 minute that this video is. So you will see them put their hand up like this and they will say S-H, sh. So we're reinforcing that diagram, and they all put their hand down and pick up a card at the same time, and then very, very quickly we whip around the circle saying the words. So we're not really waiting for anyone to take a turn. We are minimizing that turn taking because I want to maximize the learning. I want to maximize the number of times they read a word. So here we go.
Fresh, fish.
Dash. Show me your card. Wonderful. And my one is
Splash.
Well done. Ready? S-H, sh.
Ship. Ash. Smash.
And mine is
Sheed.
Great. S-H, sh.
Ship.
Oh, you woke the baby up. All your cards have to go back in the middle. That's a shame. Oh dear, you woke up the baby. Right, your one. You woke the baby up as well. Right, all your cards back in. My one is
shock.
Shock. Ready? S-H. Shh.
Dash.
Right.
Rash. Shock.
And I've got
Crash.
Oh, check. Cash. Cash. Great. Ready?
Okay, so you get the idea with how that's played. And we've got a whole lot of words being read in that time. Okay, just to show you a few other games that you could use. All of these three use the same rules as Don't Wake the Baby, but they all look different. So that's another way I keep the perky pace, is that I use games that have the exact same instructions. So I'm not wasting time explaining instructions. All I need to say is, oh, we're going to play Did You Floss? It is played the same way as Don't Wake the Baby. And so the card that puts all your cards in the middle is the stinky teeth one. This one does have an extra card. The You Floss card means that you're allowed to steal a card from another player. And the other ones are very similar. But each look at a different teaching concept. So Did You Floss is, of course, the floss rule. Apples and Undies looks at the and the sound to avoid that confusion. And then you've got Snowball, which is the CK sound. And here's just a little snippet of some of the games that are available on my website. I've also got a whole lot of posters, sentence strips, syllable division work, yeah, all sorts of bits and pieces. So if you're looking for some ideas, go have a look on my website. Right, we have half an hour left to go, so we're not actually having a break now because I'd rather just get through that last half hour so we finish by 3. And yeah, it's just the last little bit to go. Right, so just wanted to touch on the self-determination theory because this is really a key part of motivation. So the self-determination theory, which is a key part of motivation, tells us that in order to learn effectively, students need the following 3 things. They need to feel competent, they need to feel connected, and they need to have a sense of autonomy. So we want children through our instruction to feel competent. So that's about showing them, you know, see, you can do it. I told you we'd be able to get you reading an extra 2 words by the end of the week. Okay. They need to feel connected. So they need to have that sense of connection with the other students in their group. So for instance, you know, choral reading, echo reading together, that they feel that they can keep up with their peers as well. And the last one is to have a sense of autonomy. Now, this does not mean that they get to choose everything that they're going to learn or how they're going to learn. But it's that we're giving lots of opportunities for what we called controlled choice within the learning environment. So in other words, we want to give choice, but that choice comes very carefully curated from us. So there might be some choice as to, you know, what color pointer do you want to use? It might be choice in, you know, how would you like to read this book today? Would you like to do some echo reading, or should we do some choral reading? Or, you know, is there anyone who might like to have a go at reading by themselves? So we give them some choices, within the environment, but really at the end of the day, it's the teacher who makes sure that the lesson is going in the direction we want. So there are three basic psychological needs of self-determination theory. We've just talked about these three, but there's another way of looking at it. Autonomy is the feeling of being in charge of your goals and behavior. So sometimes I have used different teaching techniques for setting goals and behavior. It could be that, by the end of term one, I want to learn all of these sounds. And sometimes, you need those behavior goals as well. And then, we've got competence, which is the ability to accomplish a task, and then the social belonging for the connectiveness, which is really, really important. So when we look at these, this is the flow-on effect we have. If a child experiences autonomy, competence, and relatedness, this really fosters the motivation and the engagement. So when we talk about motivating students, of course, we have to be looking at what is it that I'm going to allow the children to choose so they have some autonomy. How am I going to encourage them and show them that they're competent? And also, how am I going to give some sort of sense of I belong to this group? Because I know that all of those three things are going to foster the motivation and the engagement in the lesson, which is what we need. If we've got motivation and engagement, of course, this leads to the performance, innovation, and persistence. So when we're talking about motivating kids, this is what we need to keep in mind. So some other factors that influence learning. There are some other factors, aren't there? Okay, so and these influence our ability to learn and memorize new information. So the first of this is our emotions. If we're having a great day, we've been well fed, and we've had a really good night's sleep, then we're in a much better space to learn. And I think we know that as teachers, don't we? But I think it's really important to be thinking about some of those things. I do have in my intervention room a big bucket of snacks, which I don't have on display for the children, but I know that if a child is hungry, I'll just give them a muesli bar or something like that. We're quite lucky at our school. We've been given by Kids Can a whole lot of that sort of thing. So if a student, say, hasn't had any breakfast or had an argument with their parents before they go to school, or they're too cold or they're too hot, they're obviously going to be in a mood. That means that they're less able to learn. So that does factor into the intervention space. And I know it's not quite structured literacy, but, these are things that we do need to think about when we're setting up the environment for our learners. So let's have a little look at emotional well-being. First of all, we need to be aware of students' emotions at any given period of time, because that's going to influence their ability to learn and memorize new information. And so sometimes when I go to pick up a child for intervention and they're having a right old day, there's a bit of anger there, and the teacher says, oh, look, he's just had a foul day today. He's not in a good headspace. I will then say to the child, well, you get one pass. Today, you don't have to come with me if you don't want to, but tomorrow then you must come with me. So sometimes there has to be a bit of grace there. Sometimes the children will say, oh, actually, I do want to come with you, Mrs. Brown. And sometimes just having that intervention lesson is what snaps them out of whatever's going on in their head at that time. But yeah, you do need to be aware of their students' emotion. And if they're in a foul mood, there's not much point bringing them to the intervention room because A, they are not going to do any learning, but B, they're just going to disrupt the rest of the children. So we also need to be aware that students need to feel a sense of belonging and connection to where they are in order to effectively engage in that learning. So I have had children in the past where I've formed a group of students that I'm going to teach because they're all roughly at the same stage or the same concept. And there are, I've had it before, 2 girls in particular that they just always in the playground, in the classroom, they continually hassled each other, and it spilt into the intervention room. They did not feel like they could get on, and it was eroding that sense of belonging and connection in the intervention space, and I ended up having to shift them into different groups. So it is something to think about. And of course, we've got that whole cognitive load theory, and we know that executive functioning skills and our ability to control our attention and focus where we need to be, and cognitive flexibility, that ability to move between tasks also influences our ability to engage in learning. So sometimes we need to put some things in place that will allow students to engage in the lesson, whether it's reducing that sensory input, whether it is allowing our children, using techniques to get them attending to the lesson, so that that sensory memory can move into the working memory, because that's really where we need kids to be, right? The working memory working really well. Okay, and finally, to sum up motivation, it has a bi-directional impact on learning. In order to be motivated to learn, we need, basically, if we're motivated to learn, achieving our success in our learning is motivating, and it helps promote our motivation as well. So that's that whole thing of showing the kids, hey, yeah, you are doing a great job. Then they're motivated to learn. They see it themselves. Sometimes I will say to the children, what is it you've achieved today? What is it that you learnt? How has your learning changed from before the lesson? And they see that they are gaining that information, and that motivation really helps. And of course, within the lesson, it's really, really important to make sure that your students are having opportunities to achieve success in their learning every day. And sometimes that is a really small little success. It could be as simple as they remembered one sound. So really, really important that we give them opportunity to achieve some sort of success every day and to point it out to them. So what do those successes look like? Sometimes when we have a book, let me just get a book out, and a child is reading, let me just pop it onto the screen. So they have a book, and they've read it, they're reading the story, and it is really, really laboured reading. I am Tim. We need to repeat that reading so that not only for orthographic mapping to get that cemented in our brain, but also so it allows the student to see themselves as a reader. So before I turn the page, say that was really great decoding. You worked out all those sounds Now let's read it a little bit faster. I am Tim. Good. Read it again, a little bit faster this time. I am Tim. Good. Now let's read it and use a little bit of expression in your voice. I am Tim. And if they get to the point where they see themselves as a reader, that's also really motivating. If they are continually laboring over every single page, that's going to really be quite unmotivating. So we want to allow for some repeated readings to allow the student to see themselves as a reader. Sometimes we might also do some speed work with the children to show them how they are improving in their reading. So sometimes this is at sound level, that I have a list of 10 sounds and they have to say the sounds as quickly as they can. I time them with a stopwatch. And then it's, okay, let's see if we can say those sounds even quicker and beat your own time. Once we've done that at sound level, for some students, it might be at word level, where I've got 10 words that they have to decode as fast as they can. And in the back of the Little Learners Love Literacy books, it's not in this one, but some of them have got those speed sounds, or those speed words rather, that you can use for that. Or speed work might look like a sentence that they try reading that sentence and improving their score, or it could be a whole page, or it could be a whole book. And so some speed work allows the student to improve their timed score and also allows them to see, hey, actually, it's a measurable thing. I can see that I got faster. Because it's one thing, isn't it, for a teacher to say, oh, you're doing a lot better than what you used to. But unless a child can see that for themselves, I found this particularly useful technique with older boys. They love trying to improve their timed score. What else will it look like? It might be that you give students the opportunity to master a letter formation. So, keep modeling and showing them how to do it. I don't know if you remember, there was a video a little while ago that I showed you earlier on the day, and I was saying with the G, don't forget it starts in the middle and it goes under the line. And there was actually one child who says, I did it. And that was actually a child who, that was the first day they had remembered to go under the line. And it was actually that child that I pointed that poster out to, and giving them the opportunity to master that. That's really motivating, isn't it, when you know that you can do something. Okay, so what are your ideas? What will success look like in terms of giving motivation to children? What ideas do you have? Pop them into the chat. What do you do to show your children that they are successful? Any ideas? Double high five. Okay, celebrating when new skill is mastered. Yep, absolutely. Oh, great. Using your house point system, Juliet, and explain why they earned it. Great. Leah gives her students a chance to lead. Great. Karen uses golden tickets. Sarah counts how many sounds we know now. That's really good, Sarah, a good measurable thing. Carly uses a sticker at the end of the lesson when they have put effort into the lesson. Good. Jack T has wee goals like correct formation of S and ticks when achieved. Fast feedback. Absolutely. We want to give that feedback as soon as we see something, don't we? So not only to correct something as soon as we see it, but as soon as we see that the mastery has been achieved, that we also give feedback to that straight away. Gail uses dojo points for mastering letter formation. Good, speed reading. Tracy's written, in writing, look back to the beginning of your book. Look at today's work. What do you notice? Love that, Tracy. Yeah, I do that too. It's amazing, what the kids notice, right? Juliet and Carmen give students to choose the next aspect of the game. Yeah, as a bit of a reward. Yeah, good. Susan has written, I had 2 children who want to read to the new entrant class and worked towards this. Great motivating idea. Deb, timed readings, Phonics Limited. Yep, great. Kelly, I voice record the students' reading. We listen for accuracy, pace, and expression. Then we re-record and listen to the difference. Yeah, absolutely. Vicky uses beans in a class counter, pet buttons. My voice says ding ding, love it. They love games and they have to try and beat me. Yep, especially those boys, they love trying to beat the teacher, all that competition stuff. Karen uses stickers, high fives. Kelly uses Hell's Pizza Wheels. Lots of great things there. Oh, Susan, good suggestion. Choose your best letter in the formation. And Vicky does the same sort of thing. They love highlighting their best letter in each row. Lots of great suggestions there that really help children to see that there's an improvement there. And I think that's so important in intervention. These kids, they think that they can't learn often. They know what they're like in class, and to be successful at something, it really shows them that they do have that capacity. We've really got a lot of hard work to work against that learned helplessness as well. If they think that every time they work that they're not going to achieve, they're going to feel themselves be less motivated. And so it's part of our job. Yes, we're all about structured literacy, but that motivation is a huge part, because you can do as much structured literacy as you like. If a child is not motivated to attend to the lesson, you're just not going to get anywhere. So that's why I wanted to really, really focus in on that today. So let's look at the summary of today. Whoops, why is that not going? Here we go. So the summary, you need to set up your learning environment well, with well thought out environment. Have your materials on hand. Remember, it's not about making your room look pretty. It's about making it suit your teaching so that your materials are at hand, and the things that you have up on the wall have a purpose. You use them for your teaching. Secondly, be aware of what motivates your students and really, really utilize that to develop that motivation. Be aware of what good explicit instruction looks like. And today we've looked at the archerisms, and there's some really good suggestions in there to focus in on explicit instruction and what it looks like. And lastly, of course, the importance of cognitive load theory. Really get to know cognitive load theory, and also the implications of what it's going to look like. You'll hear me talk quite a bit about cognitive load theory over the next few sessions, and actually how does it relate to the very practical things that we do. And so, yeah, we'll be talking some more about that. Okay, how about that, eh? 10 minutes to 3. I think I've done quite well to get through that on time. We've got a few minutes left. Does anyone have any questions? Perhaps we unmute yourself if you've got a question. And it might not just be a question for me, it might be a question for all of us that you might want to ask a question to.
My question's for you. Sorry.
Yes. Yep, that's
Have
okay.
you ever thought of using or making the sound packs smaller or so that we could have them as smaller cards to have more of them across the table or to refer to so they're just a wee bit smaller than a bigger one?
Oh, that's a good question, Sarah. Short answer, no, I haven't thought of that, but now that you mention it, now I've thought of it. Um, so that might be something, yeah, that I look at doing. It won't have the teaching on the back because we wouldn't be able to
No.
fit it all in, but just as like materials for the children. Yeah.
Yeah, or even on an A4 sheet or so that you could cut it into strips or whatever, just so that you could have multiple ones, these are the that they could
Yeah.
refer to. Just an
Yep,
idea.
good thinking. I'll talk to my publisher and see the feasibility of that actually. Good suggestion.
My question, Marianne, is how do you manage, obviously multiple groups come to the intervention room, and you've got your sound packs and things like that. What I've been finding tricky is from one group to the next, I'm focused on different sounds or different, and so actually organising my sound pack efficiently to make the lesson perky is a challenge.
Yeah. So that is why I've added those semicircles in there. So as my group that I've been working with are leaving and my next group is coming. Oh, by the way, that's another technique I use to get other children is because I follow the same timetable every day. The kids that are in my class, if they've got students from their class that are coming to me next, I will say, like Alison, you go get Michelle, for instance, etc. And there might be only one child I need to ring for. But while those kids are coming to my room, I quickly grab my sound pack and I think, oh, my next class, my next group, they're all at stage 4. And I quickly fan out my cards like this. And I pick out all the ones that I need. I haven't written my scope and sequence in here, but that's exactly why they're there. So you can straight away pull out all the cards that you need for the next group. Yeah.
If you don't mind me popping in, this is what I've done. Can you see or not?
Yeah. Yes.
I've popped this in, and every time I pull them out, I pop them straight back in the slip. Next one comes out, back in the slip. And they just sit on my desk throughout the day.
Yep.
And then they're all in the order. Yeah. And
Right.
while I'm here, we have a question. What are your thoughts about in regards to assessment, the Dibbles assessment with the government leading towards that?
Yeah, so we are going to be spending a whole session on assessment.
Great.
And
Cool.
yeah, we are. And so that question will probably be best answered when we look at assessment. But yeah, we're going to be spending a whole day on that because that really is going to be a huge, important part of intervention, isn't it?
Yeah. Thank you.
Just as a little thing with your pouches, I think that's a fabulous idea, having them separated like that. The other thing that I do is I actually have a container. It looks like this, and it's one of those multi-level ones. And so I'll put my sound one at the bottom, and then the next one has the sound etc. But what I do find is I don't just use the sound pack at the stage that they're at. I think it's quite important that you do a sound pack and expose them to a stage or phase, whatever your scope and sequence calls it, higher than what they're at. So that it's not just, oh, they're at stage 2, so I just pick out the stage 2 sounds. I would be picking, if they're on stage 2, I would be using the stage 1, 2, and 3 sounds in my sound pack. So yeah. Any other questions?
Marianne, could you
Yes.
explain with your speed sounds just how you manage that? So do you start the timer and they're all blurting off that back page in the little learner's book, or are they individually being timed? How do you manage that? So I'm just
So
imagining some kids
yeah.
would copy, off the person beside.
Yeah, of course, of
Yeah.
course. What I would do is I do like what I call a reverse timing situation, where I'll actually put the timer on for like 1 minute, and then particularly if I've got a group of children, it's on for 1 minute. And I want you to read all the speed words and see how many you can read within 1 minute. And so they're also, so it's not necessarily a timed thing, but they are trying to beat the number of words that they read last time. So that way it doesn't matter if they're all, and it's for some children, I say, I want you to start at the top of the page. You're going to start in the middle of the page. You start at the end of the, so that and use a whisper voice. I can still hear all the children, but yeah, that's a way of getting around that.
Excellent. Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay. Yep. Looks good in the chat. Oops. Right. Any other burning questions? Wonderful. Sounds like you'll want to go just before 3 o'clock. Thank you for joining me today. I fully appreciate that learning over Zoom is tricky and can have its challenges. Likewise, sitting on this end, it's always more challenging than doing face-to-face, but I think we managed to get through the day without any hiccups, so that was good. I will see you all next Monday, where we are going to tackle the next part. And so we have 3 Zoom sessions. We've got this week, we've got next week, then there's going to be a break of a week. Then we'll have 1 more online session, and then I'm coming to see you all face to face, where we do the last 2 sessions, and that's going to be really practical stuff where I can model a lesson to you, and we're going to be doing some co-teaching, etc. And the great thing is, all of you are in lovely little small groups. Most of you are sort of sitting around 5 teachers at each venue, which is going to be fabulous because we'll really be able to dig into your situation, what intervention looks like for you, and you'll be able to ask me all the questions that you want to ask, and we'll be able to really delve into moving your practice on. So thank you for joining me, and I will see you next Monday. Bye, everyone.
Thank you, Marianne. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye. Thank you, Marianne.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.